Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining. We are very excited, very happy to see you all here. Before we officially start the conference, I want you to let me read the memorial text, and we'll have a minute of silence. In memory of great leader Gazi Mustafa Kemal Atatürk and his comrades, the founder and first president of the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, Rauf Reif Denktaş, the leader of the Turkish Cypriot people, Dr. Fazil Küçük, and all our revered martyrs, I invite you for a moment of silence, followed by the singing of our Turkish national anthem. Thank you. Thank you very much. Connected? Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite our esteemed Professor Dr. Orhan Gebikonakli, our rector, to deliver his opening speech. And afterward, we will have our keynote speak and Associate Professor Dr. Amin Reza Iranmanesh will be the chair. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, respected speakers, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to welcome you to the international conference entitled City, Architecture and Society, Design Dialogues. On behalf of our university, I extend my sincere appreciation to each of you for joining us as we embark on an academic gathering dedicated to exploring the profound transformations shaping our cities and communities. In recent decades, the pace of urbanization, technological innovation, and social change has accelerated beyond anything previously imagined. Cities have become a central stage on which global challenges, climate change, migration, digitalization, aging populations, socioeconomic inequalities converge and take shape. At the same time, cities remain spaces of creativity, cultural production, scientific advancement, and human aspiration. This conference has been designed to reflect the multidimensional nature of these challenges and opportunities. It brings together three core domains: city, architecture, and society, to encourage interdisciplinary dialogue and to foster a holistic understanding of how our built environments are conceived, experienced, and transformed. The first domain, city, invites us to examine the evolving dynamics of urbanization and the increasing expectations placed upon contemporary cities. Resilience, livability, and urban form call for new planning strategies that ensure cities are not only efficient but also adaptable in the face of environmental risks and social pressures. The study of nighttime economies and nocturnal urbanism expands our understanding of urban life beyond daylight hours, acknowledging the economic and cultural significance of 24-hour cities. Child-friendly cities remind us that the measure of urban success must include the well-being of our youngest citizens, ensuring environments that support play, learning, and safety. The phenomenon of cities with multiple sunsets, shaped by polished glass and reflective materials, raises questions about visual perception, identity, and environmental impact. City and gender encourage us to scrutinize how public space can empower or disadvantage individuals based on gendered experiences. Smart and responsive cities highlight the promise of data-driven governance while also reminding us of the ethical implications of surveillance, privacy, and digital inequality. Urban inequalities and crime underscore the urgent need for justice-oriented design and policy. And urban gamification offers innovative pathways for citizen engagement and participatory urbanism. Through these themes, this conference invites us to reflect on how cities can be more equitable, inclusive, and resilient. The second domain, architecture, urges us to rethink the role of design in a period marked by rapid technological, cultural, and ecological transformations. Discussions on authentic architecture in the 21st century compel us to reconsider how architectural identity can be preserved or reinterpreted in an increasingly globalized world. The digital age and architecture examine the opportunities offered by artificial intelligence, computational design, and digital fabrication. The concept of fluid life and fluid residency challenges traditional notions of permanence, mobility, and domesticity. Climate-positive architecture encourages us to move beyond sustainability toward regenerative design approaches that produce more energy than they consume. The rise of hybrid spaces where work, home, and public functions intermingle reflects profound shifts in social and professional life. Adaptive reuse and cultural heritage explores how the past can inform the future through thoughtful transformation rather than demolition. Emerging tectonics of architecture invite dialogue on materials, structures, and construction logic in the 21st century. Finally, communal and shared living settlements offer alternative housing models that address affordability, social connection, and environmental responsibility. Together, these themes illustrate that architecture today must respond to complex ecological, technological, and cultural realities with imagination, ethical commitment, and innovation. The third, excuse me, the third domain, society, places emphasis on the human dimension of urban and architectural design. Socio-cultural dimensions of urban life reveal how communities shape and are shaped by the spaces they inhabit. Artificial intelligence, I'm sorry, let me take a sip of water. Okay, social cultural dimensions of urban life reveal how communities shape and are shaped by the spaces they inhabit. Artificial intelligence in education prompts us to rethink pedagogies, academic spaces, and the future roles of educators and learners. Discussions on nightlife in cities demonstrate how evening economies shape identity, creativity, and social cohesion. Immigration, privacy, and place attachment highlights the emotional and physiological dimensions of belonging in a world defined by movement and mobility. Digital publics, shaped by social media and online platforms, demand that we reconsider how public space and civic participation are understood today. And aging in cities underscores the importance of designing environments that respect dignity, independence, and care across generations. The title of this conference, Design Dialogues, is both intentional and meaningful. It reflects our belief that the challenges of today's world cannot be addressed within disciplinary silos. Rather, they demand dialogue between architecture and sociology, between planning and technology, between heritage and innovation, between academic research and real-world practice. This conference aims to cultivate such dialogue by bringing together researchers, professionals, students, and stakeholders from diverse backgrounds. In doing so, we hope to generate new forms of knowledge, new modes of collaboration, and new visions for the future of cities and societies. To our students and young researchers, your ideas, your questions, and your willingness to challenge established norms are essential to shaping the urban and architectural landscapes of the future. We are proud to see your participation in this conference and confident that you will play a decisive role in the design challenges of the coming decades. Before concluding, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee for their dedication and professionalism, our distinguished speakers and panelists who will enrich this conference with their expertise, our institutional partners and supporters, and all participants who have traveled physically or virtually to join us. Your presence makes this gathering meaningful, and your contributions will undoubtedly shape its success. As we open this year's conference, I invite all of you to engage with one another with openness, curiosity, and critical insight. May the discussions that take place here inspire new ideas, new pathways, and new collaborations. It is with great pleasure and pride that I declare the conference City, Architecture and Society Design Dialogues officially open. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference.
Honorable Rector, dear Dean, dear guests, dear faculty members, students of Final International University, and staff, I would like to welcome you to the first session of the City Architecture and Society Design Dialogue Conference. This is the first session of the first iteration of the conference. It's a beginning, and we are hoping as a university that takes pride in research and international collaboration that we will continue this tradition in the future and develop many more versions of this conference in the future. Hopefully, many of our students can participate as researchers in the future. So before opening the session, I would like to mention that we had planned to have two other very distinguished guests with us today. Due to unexpected events, they are not with us. So first is Professor Marion Roberts, Professor of Urban Design at the University of Westminster. Unfortunately, she experienced some unexpected health issues. So on behalf of the Final International University family, I would like to wish her speedy recovery and good health, hoping that we will meet her in the future and benefit from her presence. The other distinguished guest was Professor Zahida Mammadova from Azerbaijan University of Architecture and Construction. Again, due to an unexpected event, she could not be with us today. She sent a message which we will play in the beginning of the second session. All right, so now I would like to introduce our keynote speech. Adam Eldridge, senior lecturer in sociology from the University of Westminster, London. Adam Eldridge holds a PhD in gender and cultural studies from University of Melbourne, from the University of Sydney, Australia. Sorry. I was trying not to read from the text and then I slipped, yeah. His research focuses primarily on the ways the nocturnal city is experienced, planned for, and understood. Adam is co-author of Planning the Nighttime City 2009 with Marion Roberts and co-edited Exploring Nightlife, Space, Society, and Governance 2018 with Jordi Nofri, and Tourism and Night, Rethinking Nocturnal Destinations 2021 with Andrew Smith. His current research investigates the idea of nocturnal belongings, warmth, and hospitality. It's my pleasure and honor to invite Adam Eldridge to the stage for his keynote speech. Thank you.
Thank you. And I laughed only because I'm actually not from Sydney, but there's a great deal of rivalry between Sydney and Melbourne universities. So we'll just, yeah.
Pointer. Okay. This is the laser thing, and this passes this.
Good, thank you very much. And again, thank you very much for the incredibly kind welcome. And thank you very much as well for having me here as well. It is a great honour to be here. And as you said, I do work a great deal with Marion Roberts, and she does send her apologies for not being able to make it here today. And finally as well, tremendous thanks as well to Dr. Talebian for again initiating this invitation here. So thank you very much for that. Have you are you going to show me a little sign if I talk too much? Because I'm quite happy to talk a lot, but jump. Okay, give me a wave if I'm going over. But what I'm going to talk about today is I'm bringing together
a number of different ideas, a number of different concerns and different technologies, and also feelings and emotions is something that I'm particularly interested in and have been looking at since my own PhD around 25 years ago. So it is a speculative discussion. It's a speculative discussion really about the design, the experience, and discourses that circulate around heating and the idea of temperature at night as well. So what motivated the paper was really seeing more and more kind of like blankets and patio heaters and heating lamps basically appearing outside venues in London, across mainland Europe, and in a recent trip to Australia as well. So since being here, I've noticed that there are patio heaters basically everywhere, and blankets as well. But this kind of technology and these sort of blankets have only recently started to appear in the UK, really since around about 27, but really became a lot more popular just around before the COVID pandemic. So we're seeing a lot more of these things like these patio heaters and these sort of blankets start to appear as well. So my interest then in heating areas outside nightlife venues stems from an ongoing interest in the night, and also about, is there any chance of getting a little bit more light over here so I can see the paper? So just a little bit. Oh, great. Thanks. Just so I can see my paper. Thank you. So it stems then from an ongoing interest in the night, and also about emotions and sociability after dark. So the very first paper that I published as an author with Marion Roberts was about that theme then of comfort and belonging at night, and I'm still very much interested then in the ways in which comfort and belonging are experienced in nocturnal environments as well. So very interested in this topic of what it means to be comfortable at night, and what does it mean to actually belong at night as well. So the questions guiding this research then, and what I'll be thinking about today, are when thinking about this notion of comfort and being comfortable, how might it relate then to temperature? So how might feeling warm and technologies designed to encourage warmth contribute to and also intersect with ideas around sociability? So by this I mean that there is a substantial body of work linking the feeling and feelings of warmth to pro-social feelings like friendliness, trust, and feeling comfortable. So I want to think about that relationship then between warmth, sociability, and nocturnal spaces. So we've long thought about nocturnal spaces and a sense of comfort and belonging largely in terms of design, of music, of subculture, and other means. And my interest here today is in what ways might thinking go with temperature. So if we think about music and the way that music gives us a sense of belonging, perhaps in nocturnal spaces or fashion, what does it mean to add temperature to that as well? What does it mean to think with temperature and open up ways of thinking about sociability, intimacy, and comfort after dark? So the question that is very important then here is about whose thermal comfort, whose idea of thermal comfort is being prioritized, and at what expense as well, of course. So what I'm thinking then to discuss today then is some early thoughts then on what is known as thermoception, and I'll explain thermoception in a bit more detail later, but it's basically the perception of temperature. So I'm going to think about thermoception. I'll be defining the term, and then I'm going to look at some work around temperature and thermal comfort, how thermal comfort relates to belonging, and link that with the night, and then this idea of these blankets and these patio heaters. So there's lots of discussion then that's been written, as I'm sure everyone is aware, about temperature. So by the way, this is from Sydney. This one is from Sydney, Australia as well, where blankets and heaters have started appearing as well. So this paper then it's picking up a lot of what has already been written then about temperature, about climate and weather in contemporary research, and it covers many areas. So in Australia, just a couple of weeks ago, the theme of this year's annual Cultural Studies Association conference was actually on the theme of heat. And the Cultural Studies Association, the international group, has also featured a couple of papers this year as well on this topic of heat and thermoception and air conditioning and heating and what that means in our rapidly warming planet. So from the UK, where I'm based now, there is a very large body of work, of course, on the history of heating our homes. Obviously, it's a much cooler climate than what it is here. This is actually quite a very warm day for me. So in Britain today, there will be lots of discussion about heating our homes and the consequences of that in terms of what we wear, what we do, how we inhabit our homes now when we have central air conditioning and central heating is very different to perhaps say 50 years ago when there was just one fireplace in a room or one fire that was moved around. So another very regular topic in the UK is about the cost of heating. So the cost of heating, particularly for older people, and more recently, cooling our homes as well. And this intersects with a range of other questions about caring for the elderly, caring for young people as well. So air conditioning, I'm sure many of you living in Cyprus will be very, very aware of much more than me about air conditioning as well. This is more, not so much a large topic in the United Kingdom, though it has most recently appeared in a number of discussions about heating the tube, because the tube in London, the underground, gets incredibly hot. Buses get incredibly hot, as you would know from being there a couple of summers as well. And of course, speaking to a room full of architects and designers, I'm sure you're familiar with the literature about certain cities such as Dubai or Las Vegas, for example, which are Palm Springs, which are of course largely there as a result of air conditioning. More recently, in the United Kingdom, air conditioning was discussed a great deal, of course, as a result of the COVID pandemic. Now, a lot of the work around heat, around temperature, around cooling is really related, of course, then to climate change. And in London, again, whilst it's typically a very sort of damp and reasonably cold place, London experienced 4 heat waves just this past summer. And the Mayor of London has now initiated consultations with residents and businesses about what are our thoughts on that and how perhaps that can be better managed. So I'm not going to go over the work on climate change today. Of course, it's quite substantial and it's very rich and it covers a number of various disciplines: design, economics, engineering, architecture, communications, environmental science, psychology, and of course other disciplines. I'm trying to bring this more into a cultural studies and sociology perspective. So what I'm looking at then is really quite niche. It's really about the intersection of sociology, psychology, and cultural studies, and it necessitates thinking then about the design and also the reception and the experience then of basically of temperature. So what I'm addressing here today has been referred to as thermoception. So the term that I'm looking at is thermoception. Now, it used to be known as thermoreception. The earliest reference I can find to the term is from 1974, the Encyclopedia Britannica, where it was understood largely in terms of physiology. So it wasn't an engineering or an architecture term, it was a physiology term where it was defined basically as the sensory process by which different levels of heat, energy, or temperatures in the environment and in the body are detected by animals. So why it changed from thermoreception to thermoception, I'm not particularly sure, but it is now defined in a number of competing ways. So thermoception is often typically still understood as this notion of the experience of heat, but it's typically associated with touch. It's typically associated and understood as a sense of the touch or the feel of heat or coolness on our skin. It is, though, quite distinct, though, however, from touch, and that we can feel heat and we can experience heat without necessarily touching or actually physically touching a source of heat or even knowing where that heat is coming from. So thermoception is also a sense, which I would say, as others have argued, is actually multisensory. So Fenko et al., for example, they suggest that warmth is a multisensory product experience that may also include the visual, the olfactory, what we smell, and in some cases also gustatory, in terms of our taste and what we eat, and also auditory components. So thermoception, not just touch, but all the senses as well. I'm going to go on a bit later to say it's more than just senses as well. So what their research, Fenko's research, has looked at as well is the way that we, for example, associate certain colours with temperature, but also certain materials we associate with temperature, to touch them, to look at them, to smell them, copper, wool, things like that. The smell of eucalyptus is experienced in our nose as basically being cooling, as we might experience tea tree oil from Australia, for example, as something which is actually cooling as well. So it covers a range of different senses. Now, a key figure as well in the area of thermoception is the Australian architect Boon Lay Ong, who is an architect who explains thermoception as culturally specific. And this is quite important to bring in the theme then that the experience of temperature, that multi-sensory experience, is something which is dependent upon context and dependent upon culture. Now, he argues that thermoception is actually one of our most important senses, even though it's not typically understood as one of the five senses. It's one of our most important senses. So without the ability to respond to heat or to cold, we would freeze to death or die of heat very, very quickly. So thermoception is one of our most important senses. Now, what he argues as well, though, and the argument I'm going with also today, is that thermoception, though, is more than just perception. Right? So it's more than just my experience or our experience of, and in a sensory way. So thermoception is something we also very actively participate in and actively engage in. And Vanini and Taggart, for example, argue that heat and cold are absolutely crucial to all our lives and to society in general. And they say that this whole idea of being warm, the whole idea of being cold, is actually a key driver of an incredible amount of our economy. Whether it's about holidays, whether it's about going to ski, whether it's about going to swim, whether it's about heating our car, the clothes we buy. As Boon Lay Ong has said, it's basically not surprising that architecture is really about thermoception. And Vanini and Taggart said it's embedded within our entire social and economic being as well. So it is for that reason as well that they argue that thermoception is not just passive. Again, it's not just something that is done to us. It is something that we very much actively engage in. It's something we very much actively participate in. Temperature works on us, we work on temperature as well. So it's not just the perception of heat and cold. Thermoception is also, it's drawing on Ingold's work, it's about movement, it's about physical action, it's about work, it's about regulating temperatures and thermal comfort, it's about putting on a jumper, turning down the heating, or adjusting the shower. Temperature makes us, and we make temperature. So this point then very much brings us to that all-important question of context, and how our perception of thermal comfort and how we negotiate this with others, or our own memories as well, or our own ideas of comfort, are also part of creating that nexus of that experience. So thermal comfort in itself, the idea of what we consider to be a comfortable temperature, is by no means neutral, not in an empirical sense. It's based initially in a very empirical way. It's based upon simply by a standard by P.O. Fenger of 1970, which very notably the idea of thermal comfort originally was designed really for indoors, not for outdoors. We can come back to that point later. But what I want to take from this, though, is that there is no single sense of thermal comfort. There is no one single idea of thermal comfort. And what we perceive to be comfortable varies very much by identity, as well as by geography, by history, and by context, which, as I'll explain later, also includes the time of the day. And as I'm going to argue a lot today, is also really about the night time as well. So maybe our sense of thermocomfort and thermoception shifts from day to night as well. So the problem with a standardized notion of thermal comfort, though, is that the experience of heat, as we say, is very much culturally specific, and it does change as well. So at the very least, as the philosopher Alison Jaeger has once asked, why do we swim in cold water but bathe in warm? Again, context has a great deal to play in our experience of warmth and what is cold. So the question's about context, but it's also about history. So, as I'll argue, we have a very long history of warming outside spaces, whether that's by putting a roof over them or lighting a fire, but perhaps not in the same way, because the ideas about what is thermal comfort are shifting and they are changing. This change, of course, is not new, and the ways we experience heat or cold and how we respond to heat or cold and how we understand it and the experience of it is always shifting. So it's always mediated by culture, by technology, our own bodies, our own histories. So how we think about climate is also very much culturally mediated and ties in with other practices and discourses. So Mike Hume, and I've got all my references later if you want to follow up any of these, but Mike Hume, he's argued that climate now, the ways we understand climate now, is largely understood as a science. So he said it's largely as a science, but the earlier understandings of climate and what we understand by climate, by weather, by temperature, were largely cultural. And the particularly interesting, having someone who's moved between Australia and Britain, between the colonizer and the colonized, is that a great deal of important work places that context of thermoreception and thermoception within discourses around colonialism as well. So this is something that Adamson, the work of Adamson, has looked at in terms of how climate was discussed and the ways that climate was understood and experienced by British colonists, for example, in India in the 1800s and the 1900s. So Adamson argues that the ways we understand and that we talk about climate in Britain today very much owes to the legacy of this period, where there was a shift in how climate was understood and how it relates to wider ideas around race, around racism, and around geography as well. So in the 18th and 19th century, a really key, I wouldn't say moral panic, but a key particular theme in Britain was this subject of acclimatisation. And there was a tremendous amount of anxiety about acclimatisation of colonialists. What would happen to, say, white British people if they move into warmer climates? How will they adapt? And that led to that sort of racist part of the question as well, which was, well, what will happen if they adapt? So at that time, climate and race and geography were all very much tangled up together. So there was tremendous concern at the time of what would happen, for example, if white British people stayed out in the midday sun. And one of the concerns was that they might start drinking alcohol. It wasn't the alcohol that was the problem, it was about the loosening of inhibitions. So if we understand climate and warmth largely in that empirical way of dehydration or overheating or something like that, here we see a very clear way of understanding heat and anxieties around heat through colonialness, through racist ideas that tie in with notions of British superior national identity as well. So thinking then more broadly to weather, Vanini and Austin say that experiencing in weather, this quote here, whether we are speaking of bodily sensations, community belonging, come back to that, this notion of community belonging in weather, what does that mean? Or one's perception of the environment is a fundamental component of the way people inhabit their various life worlds. So experiences in weather are variable and marked by sharp social and also cultural differences. Now, race and racism continues to be very important to how, in particular, thermal comfort is understood, but also how it's designed as well. And in recent decades, the notions of thermal comfort have been increasingly understood alongside the importance of thermal justice as well. So Hsuan Hel-Soo recently argued that thermoception then is not just culturally varied, but it varies in terms of power, our power over it. So we do not all have the same power to shape and determine our thermal comfort in the same ways. So thermal comfort, like thermoception, is thoroughly then not neutral. So it's something we negotiate and design for and very actively participate in within certain configurations of history, of economy, of geography, and national identity as well. It links to context, whether at home, whether we're in the office, as well as by regional expectation. And it's shaped then equally by poverty, by equality, by racism and social injustice as well. So Hitchings' work, which I'm going to come back to later, is really, really important here as well. He, for example, has looked at the way that in the United States, for example, particularly from the more northern parts, the notion of thermal comfort is actually shrinking. So people's sense of what is comfortable before they'll put on the air conditioner or before they'll put on a heating is shrinking a great deal. Whereas his work from Tunisia finds that there is a much greater level of thermal comfort. It's much wider of what people are willing to wear or what people are willing to take off, depending before they hit the air conditioner or before the heater as well. So 90% then of human time in the West now is spent indoors, where temperatures are increasingly managed and controlled as well. So what we're coming to here today is really about resources and what happens then if our thermal climate, our thermal notion of comfort shrinks even more, in which case our use of resources grow. So this brings me really then to the sort of second and final part of the paper, which is about what happens then after dark. So just to go over what I've discussed so far, what I'm interested in here is not just about touch, it's really multi-sensory. It's about history, it's about geography, it's about race, it's about class, it's about all those other things. It's something which is simply beyond the sense of smell and taste, but is also visual as well, and auditory, and a whole way of learning to inhabit space. So thermoception then is embedded within the social and the economic and the ways that we respond to heat and coolness, and how this is further informed then by changing ideas of thermal comfort, and of course the role of technology and the role of design. So what happens at night? What happens when it gets dark? So when it comes to the night, I think there are a few points that we can address here. Temperature at night is typically understood with lighting. It's simply about what makes a place feel warm. So the idea of temperature at night is very much tied in with the visual, about cold lights, about warm lights. As you will probably know, Britain had a somewhat tumultuous relationship within the EU, and one particular area of debate that went on and on and on forever was about EU regulated light bulbs. And the Conservative press in Britain were always associating these light bulbs, kind of like these sort of LED lights, with being cold. And we saw that kind of like association here with coldness, with coolness, with bureaucracy, with the EU, with rules. So again, this sort of conflation that I'm interested in here, of this kind of conflation of coolness with basically distance and with bureaucracy as well, where they were positioned as very much in contrast to good, proper British light bulbs, which were considered more warm and more suitable for the domestic space. There's more to lighting, though, than just, of course, a metaphorical. Lighting plays a really important role in our sense of comfort and our sense of security, as well as simply being able to see where we're going. And that, again, that sense of comfort at night and feeling secure at night and trust, again, how that links to certain forms of lighting and certain forms of lighting design is something that's been taken up by Sloane, Slater, and Entwistle, where they argued that when you look at council estates, for example, in Britain, they tend to be very overly illuminated, very overly lit, particularly with these sort of like blue lights as well. So, of course, we know that there is a sharp distinction as well between the sort of lighting that we have at night in offices or that are in commercial spaces as well. Now, of course, these sort of lights are not just about coldness. They're not just about bureaucracy or surveillance after. The takeaway shops, for example, that we might go to late at night, those very like brightly lit places that you might go to at 2, 3, or 4 o'clock in the morning after drinking are, of course, very much associated there with the sort of smell of warmth and sociability. So thermoception at night is about more than just lighting, though, and it covers all the senses as the cultural as well as cultural and regional contexts as well. And this is something that you may not know, but in the United Kingdom, there's quite a big distinction between the North and the South, and how the North and the South is understood. And one of the areas where there is a slight difference is this perception that people in the North don't wear coats when they go out at night, and that they're much more physically hardy. So we often have newspaper articles such as this in the UK, where what snow, hardy revellers brave temperatures of -3 as they enjoy a night out on the tiles in Newcastle. So you find these sort of images are really quite common in the UK. They're typically about places in the north, typically featuring young women wearing minimal clothing, basically going out at night. Where me, coming from the south, we're considered soft southerners who basically have to wrap up at night. But there is a sort of regional variation in thermal comfort as well. It also, from work that's been conducted in New Zealand, very much ties in with ideas around masculinity as well, where to put on the fire to put on the heating at night is considered effeminate, and it's simply that you should man up, basically, and you don't need to put the heating on. But again, I think that this reveals to us something that I'm very interested in. Again, this sort of ways that we're configuring and understanding that intersection then of thermal comfort, regional identity, gender embodiment, and the night as well. So thermoception is, of course, also a lot to do with many of the things that we do at night. Dancing, getting sweaty. It's about the flush of alcohol. It's about the condensation that we may experience on the glass of a beer, if you like. It's about the coolness of sunlight and the warmth of others. It's very much about the drinks that we drink at this time of the year as people move over to drinks like Baileys or whiskey, which are designed to warm us, as opposed to in the summer when we might have those drinks like lemonade, which are designed to cool us. It's about the Christmas logs and the bonfires that we see quite regularly across London at this time of the year. So how we think about the night, I'm arguing, is really also about temperature. It's also not just about music and culture, it's also really about temperature. Temperature is really important to the ways that we experience and the ways that we represent and the ways that we think about nocturnal activity. So the area that I'm particularly interested in then is that nexus of thinking about friendship, about sociability, and about hospitality, and about how these become wrapped up with notions of being warm. So Bergelow's work, for example, looks at how temperature metaphors are used also when describing modern cities, the ways that we might describe modern cities as being cold, as being impersonal, as opposed to the warmth of a friendly and authentic community. I'm not sure about in Turkish, but in English we use a lot of metaphors a lot of weather metaphors to describe social relations, like giving someone the cold shoulder or having a warm welcome, for example. We understand notions of hospitality, again, very much through a language of warmth. So Williams then and Barge then look at how we then also experience trust. When we trust someone, we may experience greater feelings of warmth as well. And Zong and Leonardelli go on as far as to say then, in this quote here, that controlling ambient temperature may actually be a relatively inexpensive and non-intrusive way to restore group cohesiveness and prevent damage due to interpersonal friction. So it's this very idea as well that to actually increase sociability, to increase notions of friendship, we might even just be able to turn up the temperature. So our experiences then of the night and places and sociability are thus very intimately entwined. We understand, we do, and we experience social relations in and through temperature. So to bring this to the end. So let's go in and then with patio heaters, which those of you who have been to London may recognise this. It's not a particularly great photograph, but that's the heater there. And this is the indoor, that's the outdoor. And it was taken on a quite well-known street in London called Edgware Road. And Edgware Road now, a number of people sit out the front and do hookah, and there's or shisha, and there's these heat lamps which are basically all across the front as well. So how do we make sense then of this recent appearance then of the patio heater? Like I've said, I want to understand heating and temperature is not just something empirical, but something that's deeply interwoven with ideas around comfort, around belonging, around sociability, around regional history, around class and other things. So I think to understand then what's going on with the patio heater, as alluded to above, is to consider thermoception in all its complex entanglements of history and context, but also to think about the night as well and what it means to be sitting outside at night, smoking, maybe drinking with friends, maybe alone as well. How do they shape our experiences of warmth? So I think of the patio heater then as basically very much an assemblage of alcohol, lighting, music, history, friendship, laws, technologies, as well as, of course, design, and, of course, then fuel, which is, of course, the big issue. So the key source that I'm going to use then here, just for the last probably about 5-10 minutes, is thinking about the work then again of Russell Hitchens' work, whose 2007 paper about the arrival of the patio heater in the United Kingdom explained it alongside the introduction of the indoor smoking ban. So in leisure venues in the UK now, smoking has been banned indoors, and as people went out, that's when we saw the patio heaters really started to emerge. Again, more recently, the COVID pandemic as well led to a greater kind of use of both patio heaters and blankets as well. It was quite a common sight in around 2001-2 for people even to walk down the streets with blankets. It was this kind of almost this kind of affective, slightly affected sort of way of demonstrating one sort of sense of comfort or discomfort. These sort of almost like childlike blankets that were being used as fashion items, but also to demonstrate a sense of being warm. So as I mentioned in my introduction then, we've also more recently seen these blankets appearing, and I've seen them across, I saw some just yesterday as well, people were wearing blankets, and in Sydney as well. In Sydney, Australia, it's not uncommon for people to pass out blankets as well. So I think it's more than just being cold, though, as I've said today. I think that what we're seeing here is something which is a whole much more interesting nexus of social, economic, and political ideas as well coming together. So I want to end then with 3 cursory points about the expansion of the patio heater and this notion now of increasingly heating the outdoors. So firstly, what is the problem? What is the problem here? Well, again, as Hitchens has said, there's always that issue of waste. And the idea of patio heaters are very often discussed in terms of sustainability and the idea of waste. Now, I think it is a really valid point, and it's certainly not a point I'm dismissing, but as Hitchens reminds us, ideas around waste and thermal comfort also change considerably as well. So I'm old enough to remember in my childhood, which was in London, we never used to heat the bedrooms. You wouldn't heat the bedroom. You wouldn't heat the bathroom. That would be considered a ridiculous waste. Whereas now it's of course routine to heat all those other spaces. When I moved to Australia as a child, we never would have kept the fan on either in an empty room. Again, that would be considered a terrible waste. So notions of waste are very much important, and how ideas of waste also change according to different standard ideas of thermoception and thermocomfort as well. So Hitchens' other point then refers then to other research about patio heaters, and then increasingly now the idea of having a patio heater is seen as a symbol then of good domesticity and hospitality as well. So to be hospitable is also now to provide heating for your guests to go outside. So again, it's that strengthening of that association with warmth, with friendship, and with hospitality as well. So it's also partly about extending, of course, the idea of the domestic. It's partly about extending the idea of the domestic and the home into outdoor spaces. And Hitchens has said that certain sets of expectations may very well be creeping out from the indoor environment as the garden gradually becomes repositioned as a room that consumers are expected to treat in the same way as they would in any other. I think there is a slight difference there. I think this is about an extension of that, but I think it's also slightly different in the sense of, like I've said, I think to understand this, we need to think quite deeply contextually Sitting outside a pub is not the same as sitting in your back garden. There is different things going on there. Music, friendship, sociability. I think those things all do change. There's a lot of interesting ideas as well here to be thought about design, and the design of patio heaters in the home are quite different to the design of patio heaters which are used in outside pubs, for example. So it's not just, though, as we know about heat, it's not just about heating technologies, but about how these exist in relation to other codes, to norms, to practices, to the music, to the trends, to everything else that's happening. So again, of course, we also experience heat outdoors very much differently to how heat is experienced indoors as well, partly due to those expectations and those codes. So, yeah, and it's also then, of course, about furnishings, about alcohol, and about other ways of experiencing heat. So what we can suggest then is what is happening is in the United Kingdom, at least, something very new, and is also very much creating new ways then of being socially active at night. As outdoor dining and outdoor smoking become normalised, at least in London, for some months of the year, heaters and blankets are enabling access to new ways of being sociable in outdoor spaces. And as they become a more common sight across nighttime spaces, they do, of course, then raise all these questions about environmental sustainability, about literally burning up all these fossil fuels. But it's also prompting us to think then about shifting ideas of thermal comfort and thermoception. So to end then, thinking about thermal culture of night, that I'm trying to understand it here, is really about a question of hospitality, comfort, of design, and ultimately belonging. And who belongs in cities at night is always a question that I'm interested in. So belonging, though, at night is typically understood in relation to identity, to subculture. For example, music is well versed as constitutive of belonging. But what of warmth? What if instead of music we think about warmth? The night, the heat, and music, and for me, are all conceptually very different, but I think when understood in conjunction, they become components of and very much constitutive of ways of belonging at night. So it's more, not so much a statement, but a question then that I want to end in is I want to ask then, what might be ways of thinking about thermal comfort and thermoception at night, and how they might open up new possibilities for belonging and for experiencing night spaces, and of course then at what cost. So thank you very much for listening. And I hope that I've got that correct. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much, Adam. So now we will open the floor for question and answer, yes? Yes, if there are any questions from the audience, from the students.
And if you want to know, I am hot. Yes, this is hot. No, it's fine. Well, just whilst you're thinking of questions, and again, there's some references if you're interested. And again, I think this paper by On, if you haven't read it in your class, is very much is a very, very interesting Australian architect for thinking about notions of heat and warmth at night as well.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Very interesting. Now, as you emphasized, this is on developed cities, contemporary cities. I wonder if there's any similar work done for the underdeveloped world, cities from underdeveloped world.
I'm not that I'm aware of yet. Does anyone know? I think this is a really great, important question. Yes. So the question is whether or not that there is, are we seeing this in other developing parts of the world or not? And again, I think if we're bringing this back to a question of sustainability of resources, yes, it is a very, very important question. The only research, again, that I'm more familiar with is about the sort of legacy of colonial ideas, of British colonial ideas in India, in Australia as well, and about Hitchens' work as well, which has found a much wider range of thermal comforts in some parts of the world. So I did read, for example, in Pakistan, again, office workers have a much wider sense of thermal comfort that they're prepared to work in. In the UK, increasingly, our idea of thermal comfort starts at around 18, people want the heating on, where in other parts of the world, people are prepared to work much wider. I don't remember the exact figure, but I think from Pakistan it was 17 to 30. Yeah, so people are willing to work within a much wider range of temperatures. So what that means then, if thermal absorption starts to sort of narrow again in other parts of the world, I don't know. But I think it's a really good question, and why I would like to collaborate with other people in taking this further to question this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Adam. I just wanted to ask that heating outside, what is the relation with climate change?
Well, I think that's the question, isn't it? I mean, for Hitchens, the big problem is that, of course, we are using resources that we're basically just blasting off into nowhere. Why? Why are we doing this? Well, I think the idea is, as I was arguing, is that I think that to answer that, we have to think about different ideas then of hospitality, and the ways that hospitality is increasingly being associated with warmth, and the problem with that. Or, in Newcastle, it's being disconnected from warmth, as we see, that to be in the north of the UK is to be seen as hardy, if you can brace that warmth, or that cold. But that link to climate change is ultimately where a lot of this debate is coming from, because these patio heaters are seen as a really worrying waste of resources. I mean, we know already, again, considerably the effect of air conditioning and what's going to happen in the future with air-conditioned spaces, particularly places like Las Vegas, for example. It's not just about the electricity, but the water that's basically consumed as well. And the effect of that, of moving as outdoor spaces in the United Kingdom become more associated with being like an outdoor room. I don't know. I mean, it was very interesting walking around the harbour here, though, and seeing all these, all the patio heaters that are everywhere, just ghosting, burning gas, basically, thinking, why? Why? I mean, my question would be to you all, do you need them? Why do you have them? Why do we use them?
When coming from England, here is no need for any kind of heating, you're thinking. But here, when you stay after that very, very warm summer, it gets cold, and you need that heat.
Yeah. Do you need it, though?
So,
do you need it?
Yes, you need it.
Right.
Exactly, you need it. Otherwise, you cannot stay outside. Yeah.
I realize I went over a number of things quite quickly, but there's a lot of design element to be thinking about here as well, and the ways that in social psychology, though, they're trying to shift away from the idea of that notion of warmth as just being temperature, that it's also about the experience of who you're with. It's also about colour. So maybe we could use different colours to try and get that similar sense of being warm, or a smell. Could maybe a smell try and maybe limit that. In the United Kingdom, at this time of the year, there will be lots of people cooking chestnuts on the street. They feel warm. They're not, but just the smell of cooking chestnuts starts to sort of feel warm. And I think that there is that sort of sense then about how a perception of warmth or coldness is more than just that experience, but also the visual of who we're with as well. So again, thank you for the question. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Um, my question is, from what I've heard, you're not really like working with the idea of having these heaters all around the harbor. So, what would be the suggestion for you to find a solution? Because we cannot. I think the very bad when it comes to the climate for the gas expansion, I guess. So, what would be the better approach for us to fix that and uh, still find a way for us to stay in a warm uh, like atmosphere when we near the harbor?
What's your area? What's your discipline?
I'm literally just like an architecture student.
You tell me, because I'm a sociologist.
Okay.
But I understand it. I don't know what this is. I really don't. But I think as we're seeing again, where this is being moving architects, as I was saying, in the United States, where we've seen that sort of sense of thermal comfort and change. And particularly how that gets linked then to questions of thermal justice. And in some ways, your question is about thermal justice. Who gets to be warm? In what context do we get to be warm? In what context do we get to be cold? Whose idea of that, I think, are really important questions for architects to be thinking about. So I don't know the answer, I'm sorry, but I think that it is a very important question for architects of your generation to be taking up, alongside the question, as Nina was saying, about sustainability, but also about climate justice as well, and that question of how we understand warmth and how it links to basically the experience of it and what we should be doing, which is perhaps more sustainable than simply just burning gas into the atmosphere. Right? But maybe I can have think more and we'll talk about it later.
I'll definitely do my own research on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, oh, it looks like my question connects his own, maybe with other persons. We are dealing with spaces where we have people coming from different climates. Like right now, you are warmed, and then in that same space, we have people from cold region, and then we have people from hot, humid in that same space. How do we, from your sociological point of view, balance this attitude of no, I want the AC, I want to be cold, and this other one needs to be warm.
Yeah. Yeah, I think again that's a really excellent question, and again I'm not sure it's one. That's a question that I'm asking as well, really, that I don't quite know the answer to, but it's an answer that we have to think about with this idea of both thermal justice and sustainability in mind, about how we manage that. In light of the fact that if we're not doing it, it is happening anyway, as we see more of these technologies, which are narrowing down our range of what we consider to be acceptable. It's also a question then which ultimately, like you say, when different people have different ideas about power, so thermal perception is ultimately about power, it is about whose idea of thermal comfort becomes prioritised and privileged. But I don't know the answer. I think that maybe this is something to take up further in further classes. Was there one more? But thank you.
Yeah. Are there any other questions? Okay, we have time for one more question, yeah?
Hi, thank you for your presentation. It's such an interesting topic. My name is Ghufran, I'm an architecture student. Was you talking, a really important question that come to my mind, because you talked about the thermal comfort, and that it has like a lot of meaning to different things, to like the materials, the colors, the social life and everything. As like globally now, the heat are increasing. Okay, and this our generation and the generation now, before us and everything, we are like we have a different like now thermal like definition, you can say, but there is new generation coming, so they would have like different like kind of thermal uh, thermal like comfort. It will be different, or the cultural cultural aspect will be more stronger, or it will change with the future? So actually, I have my questions. Is it going to be changed a lot, or it will, the culture effects will be more stronger?
I don't know. I mean, I think that the cultural effect, as you say, requires us to think about the local and the global, as with the question from the gentleman beforehand as well, to think about those two things at the same time. I mean, I'm sorry I can't answer many of these questions because there are also questions I'm asking about how do we do this, and it's more for you, I think, in architecture, or for not for you, for us to work together about how, particularly from someone in the much more privileged north, in the UK, where we are largely responsible for so much of the industrial wastage in the world over multiple centuries. I think it's really for us to work through these questions as well, with guidance from other people in the world as well. And about how we do that and how that conversation is led on and who leads on it, I think are really, really important, again, and how we do that in relation to sustainability and justice and in terms of power as well. As hopefully my argument would suggest, it requires thinking about multiple things together. It's not just about the empirical experience of heat, because we experience that very, very differently. And how we might experience it from the day to the night will change throughout a whole range of different ideas as well. So, but again, thank you very much for your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Adam, for your presentation. At this point, I would like to invite our distinguished Dr. Orhan Gemikonakli to present the certificate to our keynote speech.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, everybody. So the second presentation Yes, the second presenter in the session is our Assistant Professor Dr. Kasra Talebian from Final International University with a research entitled Homeless, Placeless, and Tourists in One Room, Fluid Residency in London and Istanbul. I would like to welcome Kasra Hocam to the stage for the presentation.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Adam, for the nice speech. Let me see if I can open this here. This. I'll be moving.
Okay, then I will give you.
Give me if I could. Yes, thank you very much. I have to use microphone because of the light. Can you hear me? Oh, it's very loud. Okay. Okay, the topic I'm talking about is about, yes, homelessness, placelessness, and tourism. Not much related to tourism, but I'm questioning the notion of house and what do we call house, or what we can call house. Part of it, the data collected here was by interviews by people who were living in hostels and by my personal observation mostly. So, and it's an undergoing research. I'll start with this quote from Gilles Deleuze and Guattari. It is true that the nomads have no history, they only have a geography. That was a shocking sentence that I saw. So we will get to nomadism, and we will try to expand a bit, let's say, make some history about nomadism, record it a bit. So as I said, the main question of the research is, what if the house is not in a fixed location? And what if there is no house at all? To answer that, the first question, we have instances in the history. Nomadism. This was something that was all around the world, let's say. And how nomad people were living. Let me briefly explain that nomads didn't have a specific geographical location. They were on the go always. Gypsies, or as they call it, Romani, apparently gypsy is not a good word now, an example that we might all know. They moved from South Asia all around the world, and at some points they were not really openly accepted, so they had to be on the go. So this is the house of a, let's say, gypsy family. So this somehow brings out a question, because we used to live in a fixed location. What would happen when we always move? And nomadism was all around the world. It was a logic of looking for resources. Yeah? So this is a family of reindeer herders in Norway. And always when we talk about nomadic life, we also have these temporary structures which relates to architecture now more than before. We had it in Norway, as I said. In Iran, we had very good examples of nomadism. It's still ongoing. Fantastic tent structures. And this picture belongs to almost 40 years ago. And it has been changed now. That has been also modernized, unfortunately, maybe I would say. But still, you can see beautiful colors in their clothing, and the tent has lost a bit of its character, but it's still a tent. So now, what I call this kind of living is dynamic residency, when you live in multiple geographical locations. Now, about Iran, I have more information clearly because I'm from Iran. So nomads mostly move in this area, and if we zoom in winters they go more to the south, and in summer they go more to the north on the mountain. But there is a point. As you can see, there are almost fixed locations that they move to and from. So let's say a nomadic family in Iran, and I guess in all around the world mostly, they know where they are going. The path is clear, and the destination. So maybe in each season you would change from this to that and this to that, so 4 places. And there's always, for some reason, there has always been some pressure against nomadism by governments. Now, an example from Africa. Caliph Muhammadu Bello, second Sultan of Sokoto Caliphate in Africa, was calling, when he was asked, he was calling it destroyer of religion and all aspects of human development and progress. Settled life promotes associations, integration, civilization, and harmony. Somehow, it was considered against civilization. In Iran, we had Reza Shah, in the Reza Shah period, we had a forced housing plan for nomads. They provided houses for them, they put them in the houses, but after the change of the Shah from Shah to his son, Muhammad Reza Shah, nomads got back to the roots. They didn't accept that, and we still have nomadic life in Iran, although the numbers decreased clearly. Now, so far, we defined nomadic as an instance of dynamic residency. What happened to nomadism? Did we all get settled? I don't think so. Maybe not. And there are new ways of nomadic living that is resurging. And the tendency toward nomadic living, I discussed that, it's in our nature. Now, how it is resurging? Digital nomadism is one example of it. People who are a lifestyle where individuals use technology heavily based on internet and laptops and work remotely. and they can, hypothetically, this picture is a very dreamy picture of nomadic, digital nomadic life. Yeah, this is how they promote it. But maybe let me explain that I was a potential digital nomad because I was working for 10 years remotely. My job was 40 hours per week, so I had to keep the laptop active all the time. And what potential, because I had a family and a kid, I couldn't really move around. So I was moving around within the city. Now, this is the reality of nomadic, my nomadic life. Sleeping within the party, walking with my laptop on. You might have, my friend have seen me in these situations. When everybody is doing something, I would have my laptop around. When I was riding with my kids, my laptop was around. In the car, even when it was raining, and I couldn't stop moving. So yeah, I was a potential digital nomad. Now let's get to the concept of hostel. What is a hostel? Do you know what's the hostel? Have anyone been in a hostel? For a long time? How long? For a month. Okay, that makes it interesting. A hostel is the cheapest way of accommodation available. Yeah. So basically, in one room, there is more than one bed. In this case, which is a hostel that we talk about it in Istanbul, 8 beds, 4 here, 4 there. In this one, 10 beds in one room. And it's a kind of shared living experience. Yeah. So let me pass forward. Are we in danger? Apparently there is fire. So farewell. This will become a nice ending to your life. Do you want to die when I'm presenting or not? Is this? Yeah, it is connected. Okay. So, where's the remote? So yes, I will talk louder to beat the alarm. Hostel life. In hostels, you have that small area for yourself. Mostly, as you see, it's not covered. Even you don't have curtain. And there is shared spaces. There are some shared spaces, and the quality of hostel highly depends on the shared spaces. Okay, let me go forward. Now, let me start my story. Let me push forward a bit. So, I was in Istanbul, in one of these hostels, Cheers Hostel, in Sultanahmet area. Why I'm mentioning that is important, the area is important. And some pictures that I took from there, you can see that there are some shared spaces, people chatting, this and that. A bar, or sometimes a small restaurant they have. But people here are tourists. Hello? People here are tourists, and Sultanahmet is a touristic area. So, as part of my journey as a digital nomad, let's say, a few weeks I was there, and then I moved to another hostel in Istanbul again, not in very touristic area, Moda area. So, and the hostel was called Moda Dre. What you can see here is the change. Can you decrease the light a bit if it's possible? What you can see here, yeah, perfect. This doesn't look like a restaurant or a lobby of a hotel. This looks like home, isn't it? Look at how people are dressed. Look at the remaining of some food and some shoppings there, bookshelf, and this is that corner again. So I was a bit shocked what's going on here, and then I figured out that, okay, there are people who live here for a long time, or we can say prolonged stays. And the differences between this and the previous hostel, mainly, the amount of shared spaces was more in this one, and the quality of it. the layout and the furniture and facilities that I show you the layout. Facilities, what I mean by that is that there is a kitchen that you can cook for yourself. Yeah? And surprisingly, after what I saw in many hostels, there are some cupboards that there are some shared stuff. If you're cooking something and you don't have salt, you don't need to go and buy salt. There is there. Some oil, I don't know, some seasoning, these kind of things. And most of the time, also some dry food, rice, for example. So in this hostel, when I was talking with people, I didn't know that I'm starting a research at that time. So I figured out almost everyone there has been there for a long time. I saw a Japanese guy around 30s. 9 months he has been in that hostel. I saw a former accountant from Kazakhstan, 42 years old. 3 months she left her previous job for whatever the reason, and she started her journey. I saw a Venezuelan guy, actually the guy that I showed you in that picture. He has been there 11 months. Taiwanese girl in front of him, 3 months there. American journalist, these are all in one hostel. More than a year she has been there, and before that she has been in another South American country that I don't remember for 1.5 years. And a South American guy that was working there in exchange of the bed. Yeah. So I figured out there is something else is happening, something that was not designed to be happening in a temporary accommodation, and that's living. And then I was asking from these guys, where's your home? Where's your house? Most of those prolonged stays, they didn't have a fixed house. They didn't have a house. So at some point they decided to move. Not just a very radical decision, because they could earn money online. Some were journalists, some were traders, some were like me working remotely. So, okay, let's get back. Dynamic residency. This is what we call dynamic residency. When the house is not in a fixed place, but in multiple geographical locations. It's mostly predefined or with pre-thoughts. You don't risk much. Nomadism and digital nomadism are examples of this dynamic residency. Now, what's fluid residency? Let's go forward. So, I was lucky enough to find a job here in Final, and I started full-time, and I was again lucky to be invited to UK by Adam to conduct a research on nightlife. While doing that, when I get to London, I was offered a room in a family house, but I thought maybe that's a good chance to continue this research. So I went again to hostels. Yeah, that's where I thought what digital nomadism became blurred, and I saw fluid residency when there is no house actually. So some pictures to give you the sense of hostels in London, somehow similar to Istanbul. Again, a bit smaller always. Living room. This looks really like a living room of a house, isn't it? PlayStation, even some notes how to use PlayStation. You know, some chess, Uno, those kind of games. And they share the space. Sometimes you would join in the middle of a movie, somehow like what's happening in the house. So let me go forward. These are shared spaces of those hostels that I stayed in London. Some of them with no kitchen and a restaurant to earn more money, which was not very popular for prolonged stays, but popular for maybe tourists. People at my age or older than me, I saw more there, and younger kids, teens, coming in a group with someone who is responsible for that. So it's a live environment actually, and it's a nice experience to see other people from all around the world, have a chat. It looks very social unless you stay for a long time. And this is a good example. Now, let me tell you that this case, and this is the living room that you could, the shared space that we, especially in architecture now, we have to deal with shared space maybe more consciously. This one and that one, let me say, if you can get back to one of, yeah, for example, this one, the price doesn't change a lot. And that brings another question. Why? How is that possible? The problem of getting this hostel is that you have to beat the algorithm. in booking and similar applications. So we are a bit worried about how AI is going to change our life or should we compete. It is started already with smart applications which adjust the prices dynamically. Yeah. Now, again, shared kitchens. This one much bigger, labeled, boxes of foods that people would put their label and write when they are leaving, so others wouldn't touch, and always others would touch. And these four or these two, and also in the fridge on top floor, was the free food. Those who had bought big amount of rice, dry rice, didn't use it out all of it, put it there for others to use. Okay. Now, the age range I was visiting in London was around 16 to 64. 16 the kids, the teens, and 64 is actually Luis. I'll talk about it. That is Maria, around 50, from Spain. She accompanies a royal Saudi Arabian family when they travel. She has a house, or I'm not sure how would she describe it, but around 6-7 months per year, she was traveling with that family. Wherever they go, she would stay in the hostel. Dynamic residency, isn't it? And I saw Luis. I don't have a picture of him, unfortunately. A Spanish chef, 64 years old, and he works in a restaurant in London, and he moves every 2-3 days, not weeks, not months, 2-3 days in high seasons, which I was there during summer. So when I was asking why do you do this, he said, I can get more money here, I will send it to my family in Spain. For holidays, I'll go to Spain, and that's nice. So you can imagine beating the algorithm for this guy would be much harder than me that I'm young and I had time there because you have to constantly change the price, check the prices. So, yeah. Now, what was his name? I don't remember his name. It's there actually. Juan from Venezuela. Another hostel, as you can see. And you remember how Adam said there was heat waves in London. I was there in one of those heat waves. It was very hard to really live because there's no AC. And this is the only facility that you have in a room of 8 people. Or this was 6 people, yeah? So this guy from Venezuela has been in London 6 years. 5 years in a room, and 1 year in hostels. Again, a hostel here and a hostel there. 2-3 days, he was moving. His belonging, believe me, is this, and he's moving now, this hostel. This is a goodbye picture. This, and his backpack. This is his life in London. So, question arises, is how is this possible? What will happen? And I don't have answer to it, actually. This is ongoing, as I said. So, we call this, and for some reference for our students, this 6-bed was in 12 square meters, meaning each person on an average has 2 square meters, which would be almost a bed, half of the bed, half of the shared space. Yeah, this is that room. You always almost see these pictures around. That's my shirt. The window in that room was opening only 10 centimeters. And in that weather, you can imagine that it was, I was feeling dizzy really. If you stay more there, you would really be in trouble. Now, another hostel, meet Kato. This guy, he was a tourist from Netherlands, originally I think from Uganda, but he had a passport, Netherlands passport. So he was exercising in this room. And we had a talk about another guy. I wouldn't live, what kind of life is this, he was saying. Why that guy, this guy, that I will also have another slide from him, why is he staying here? And he didn't know that he's actually a homeless. Now, this is how it looks from outside. Very beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, just a warning. So if you're going, you see this, maybe the backside is not that beautiful. So, another hostel that I met, that is a Spanish chef again. So we were moving together sometimes. This is one of the good examples. 4 beds in 16 square meters to double size, and Curtains. I didn't know that curtains should be this, could be this much important. The only thing that could provide you some privacy. So, and again, another bad example, 3 rows of beds on top of each other, meaning 9 beds in 12 square meters. So why I'm telling this? I'm telling this because I think this kind of new kind of living is appearing. So as architects and urban planners, maybe we need to make decisions for it, yeah, design for it, because these were houses that was changed to a. Now that picture that I show you, this is the outside, and you can see these are hostelers actually. That there is not enough space, so they're wandering around. Like I was also there. So one is reading a book, one is just moving. I mean, walking around. One is texting, this and that. This again emphasizes the importance of shared spaces in this kind of settlements. Now, this was the guy we were talking with Kato. Why is he accepting this kind of life? Because he's always on the bed most of the time. 16 years old, or 18 years old, I don't remember. He was a British citizen, actually. Originally from Bangladesh, he has moved to London when he was 5 or 6. So he was, by all means, he was British citizen. And this is the quote. I was shocked. I just became homeless 2 days ago. Here, there is no job. Government pays for me here. Tomorrow, I have to move to another place. I don't know where yet. So, so I figured out, okay, it's not it's not just me. We have, and not the placeless guy, the Venezuelan guy with packages. Also, homeless people would also be accommodated in these settlements, which reminded me of. Later, I found that there were 4-penny coffin beds in Victorian London. I don't know, about 100 or 200 years ago. Not 200, there was no cameras there, but yeah, 4 pennies you would pay to stay in a coffin. Now let me get to results and wrap up this talk. Sorry, I have to drink. So, results. Generally, we can say that constant accessibility to internet have changed our life, clearly. One clue. Apparently, how we live has also changed. So, we can see a new nomadic lifestyles are appearing, which could be a potential for us, or it could be a danger. We should just accept that it is resurging. Dynamic residency is what we call digital nomadism, or nomadism, the previous one. These people mostly live in different countries. They move from a place to another. Digital nomads, according to the power of their passport and their currency, they move. So that's how they adjust their resources. Fluid residency is what we call when you move constantly within a country, or in that case, within a city, and you definitely don't have a house. And co-living settlements, which we have also another talk about co-living or communal living by Anna, I think tomorrow, is also something that is resurging. So this all, although it's not directly related to dynamic residency, but it emphasizes the quality of shared spaces. Now, some results about hostel life. Quality of life of those who stay long in hostels highly depends on their subscription to other spaces during the day. So I was lucky that I was going to the university and I was having I was in a nice atmosphere afterward, or let's say during the day. And the chef was going to its restaurant. Yeah, everyone had a thing, but the homeless guy was always there. He didn't know what to do, and that becomes very unhumanistic at that point. Because if you're just there to sleep, you can maybe handle it in a way, but if you are staying there for a long time, that becomes a problem. Loss of privacy, almost mentioned by all of them, all the people who are living for a long time in hostels. As I said, getting to a better hostel needs your ability to beat the algorithm, which would be really hard and time-consuming for range of people. There seems to be a direct relationship between the size of the shared spaces per person and the quality of life. Apparently, I mean, it's obvious, but I didn't conduct research specifically on this. And co-working spaces, another concept that is appearing around the hostels actually. One of the hostels I was in front of it, it was a co-working space. These two support each other. And we have some co-working spaces in some of the projects of our students. So I think it's really important, and it's getting really popular, especially in big metropolitan cities, especially when you have people who have digital nomads, dynamic residencies around the city. And lack of sense of belonging to a community is something that is very important, and I'm not sure if this lack of sense of belonging to a physical community can be compensated by the sense of belonging to a digital community which we are all connected to. But this could become a nice, let's say, further discussion. So the question is, what if there is no house? We call home where we feel belonging to. There should be a house to call it home. If there is no fixed house, could there be a home? If not, then placeless people are also homeless. That Venezuelan guy, that chef. And what happens when there is no privacy? That's a question that I need to, and you may need to think about. And no sense of belonging to a physical space. Could this be compensated by digital space? I don't know. But lack of privacy will definitely reduce your heat, your thermoception in a way. And this means you will not touch, you don't have the possibility of intimacy as well. And maybe other problems that I haven't noticed yet. So yeah, this is the last slide. Thank you very much. And this is me, my cell. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Is there a question? I don't think that there is a question. Everybody's tired.
Hi, Kasra, thank you. Really fascinating. Living in London but having not been in those. I was actually wondering though about the bathrooms. How do the bathrooms work? Is there a similar, and again, how do people create a sense of privacy within the bathroom?
That part, yes. There were shared bathrooms. Let's say for each, approximately for 8 to 10 beds, at least there was one. So most of the time they were in set of bathroom next to each other and set of toilet next to each other. That could be considered the only place that you could have the privacy, but yes, I guess that's the answer to your question, right?
Yes, any other questions from the audience?
But I would just like to say that I deeply appreciate, and I think all of this class here appreciates the fact that you talk about this topic, which is for me the origin of life, architecture based on your own experience at home with it. How can that affect you in work, in life, financially, and mentally? And honestly, it's good to see. Maybe most of us don't go through this exact experience, but it's good to see what to expect, what to be careful of. Something to pay attention to for the next few years coming, since we still are just starting our journey. And a big thank you for this topic.
Yeah, thank you. It will not affect your grade though.
Alex? Yes, Alex.
Hojam, thank you for the presentation. My question was going to know if when you see this concept which emerged years ago about working city, can it be like relatable to the topic of trying to having like normalized nomadic life or something like this.
A good question. You're talking about walking city, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. This much I can understand. That walking city project, which was a futuristic project, anarchism was part of it, was a confirm that we really like to move and according to the resources adjust our life, and it helps a lot actually. But if would it be possible in future to have walking, let's say, moving spaces? That's a question that I don't know. In smaller scale, we have those caravans, again confirming our tendency to do that. Uh, who knows? Maybe that only future can tell that. Let's see. Let's hope that at least at the first, a neighborhood should be able to move, and later maybe a city. But yeah, that's a confirm of our tendency toward nomadic living. Thank you for asking.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Kasra Hocam. It was a really nice presentation because I mean, since from the beginning, I was really touched by it because myself in my childhood I had some similarities because I mean I come from a military family, so related to wars and everything, we were moving a lot since I'm a kid, and those dynamic residency and fluid residency was I mean I got really touched, and somehow I would like to get your opinion in a way that today, maybe not just in Africa, but even around the world, we can see that a lot of things happening and force people to be nomadic somehow. And do you have maybe approaches or somehow what would be your own opinion about the things that should architects really focus on a new kind of approaches or techniques to help, let's say, to avoid or also be aware of this kind of situation in order to, I mean, bring a kind of better solution somehow for it. Because I mean, it's not just focus on architecture, and it goes even more into different fields.
Yes, I think I can answer in two ways or two scales. We can talk about this. One is when there is a forced displacement and sudden displacement, when it's a natural disaster or it's a war. Architects can design shelters that can, first of all, would be affordable really to make it, because governments have to make those and distribute, or authorities or some people. Or if people are going to buy, it should be affordable, and with the increase of technology, with the rapid improvement in technology, we haven't explored it fully yet. I mean, combination of tent structure and 3D printing and this and that, probably prototyping on this would be helpful. And the other part, in future you will have clients and you will talk with them about hotel design, residential complexes. If you are in those talks, you can suggest that this is something that is happening. Communal living is the keyword now. And if you are designing such a thing, considering there should be some new standards, I guess, but considering the quality of life, the amount of shared spaces, in a way, and the privacy, at least curtains, that would be really helpful. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
No worries.
Do we have any other questions?
We can move to the next presenter before it's too late.
All right, thank you very much, Kasra. We do not have the next presenter, do we?
The online, you're gonna, if they're presenting.
Are they ready? Are they available? Yes, okay. So thank you very much, Kasra.
Thank you.
The video we will do the next second session. Yes, Cassandra, I would like to present you with the certificate of participation. Or I would like to invite Zeynep Hoca, the Dean of the Faculty of Architecture, to present you with the certificate of participation. So the online presentation, nobody is waiting in that online link, okay? So we had the third presentation joining us from Azerbaijan, from the University of Azerbaijan University of Architecture and Construction. So they are not here with us today. So we are going to close this session and give a lunch break. Session 2 will resume at 1 o'clock. It will be chaired by Kasra Hoca. Thank you very much, everybody, and we will continue. Everybody, can we take a group photo here?
Is this open? Hocam. We'll see that, and then in this session we will have two talks. One from Dr. Saluma Khayat Kahoui from Arkil University of Creative Art and Design, and one from Kamyar Hoja, Kamyar Yazdani from Final University. So I will ask our friends there, IT team, to play the video, and then we'll continue. Oh, that's me.
Salam. Hörmətli Şimali Kipr Türk Respublikası, hörmətli konferans iştirakçıları, hansı ki bu konferans çox möhtəşəm bir mövzulara həsr olunur. Burada şəhər, mimarlıq, dizayn, dialoq mənasında ümid edirəm ki, çox maraqlı və gərəkli mövzular müzakirə olunacaq. Hər birinizə uğurlar arzulayıram. Çünki bu konferans özlüyündə müasir həyatı, dövlətləri əhatə edən problemləri və bunların üzərində şəhər və insan faktorunu önə çəkir, insanlara dağılsa da yeni məkanda yaşamaq haqqı qazandırmaq üçün elmi təhlillərə yol açır. Bu mənada konferansın bütün iştirakçılarının mövzunun və mövzu əhatəsində sabah üçün gərəkli konsepsiyaların işlənilməsinə birbaşa yardımcı olduqlarına ümid edirəm və hər birinizi bu yolda uğurlar qazanmağa cəhd göstərdiyinizə görə təşəkkürlər edirik. Biz öz adımızdan bu mövzuların çərçivəsində daha çox cəlb edici görükdü bizə. Şəhər yaşamı qazanmaq, müvəqqəti yaşam, məkansız və evsiz insanlar. Çünki bizim ölkəmiz 30 ildən çox məkansız və evsiz insanların bir parçadakı cəmiyyəti ilə yaşamışıq. Bunun nə qədər ağır olduğunu hər birimiz görmüşük. Bugün dünyada müharibələr, talanlar, məkansız və evsiz insanların sayını günü-gündən çoxaldır. Bizə isə düşən tək ürək ağrısı ilə buna baxmaq deyil, bizə düşən elmimizlə, biliyimizlə, praktikamızla bu insanlara necə yardımcı olmaq və bu yardımçılıqda müvəqqəti sözünü bəzən daimiyə çevirməyin peşəmiz çərçivəsində imkanlarını bir-birimizlə bölüşməkdir. Ona görə də düşünürəm ki, konferansın mövzusu, özünün həsr etdiyi bütün mövzular, bütün yanaşdığı müxtəlif çərçivələrdən baxışlar bugün üçün çox aktualdır. Düşünürəm, Azərbaycan modeli, inşallah qismət olar biz də öz mövzumuzu sizə təqdim edərik. Azərbaycan modeli bu həyatı yaşamış, müvəqqəti, məkansız insanları özündə 30 illər tək dünyanın dəstəyi olmadan belə yaşamış, amma sonra bu vəziyyətdən necə çıxmaq olarsa, şəhər, davamlı, müvəqqəti, sosial baxımdan öhdəsindən 5 ildə necə gəlmişik, biz bu timsalı da sizinlə bölüşsək, düşünürəm ki, ancaq bütün işimizə fayda gətirə bilər. Ona görə də hər birinizə uğurlar arzulayıram. İnşallah növbəti konferanslarda görüşərik. İnşallah hər konferans materialının həyata keçməsində öz payını hər birinizin hiss eləməyinizi sizə arzulayıram. Çox önəmlidir bizim üçün. Hər birinizə təşəkkür. Mimarlıq İnşaat Universiteti bəzi texniki problemlərə görə canlı sizlə iştirak edə bilmədik, amma bugünkü texnologiyanın əlində heç nədir. Ünsiyyətimiz də alınar, müzakirələrdə də iştirak eləyərik və çıxışlarınızı da dinləyərik. Hər birinizə uğurlar və təşəkkürlər arzulayıram.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor Zahida Mamedova. Salma Hoca, would you like to?
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. Nice to see old colleagues, friends, and thank you for this opportunity to present our work today. Actually, today I'm gonna present a research which provided with collaboration with Arkin University and one of the students in Final University that unfortunately couldn't attend today. I'm going to present on behalf of the team. So I'm going to talk about post-conflict housing reconstruction in northern Syria and show the examples of the, especially the camps, the settlements that somehow developed during the war, and nowadays what happened to these, let's say, settlements. So first of all, I have to say that this research is ongoing research and didn't complete yet, but I'm going to present that parts that we already try to finalize it. So as you know, Syria has faced a kind of, let's say, conflict during the last decades. Since 2011, Syria's war has displaced over 13 million people from their house to the other parts of the Syria, especially in the northern part of the Syria, the region which they call it safe zone, such as Aleppo and Idlib. So people, they have to move from their house in order to find a safe zone for their living. So this somehow movement creates some sort of, let's say, destruction and demographic changes in Syria. So the problem was housing reconstruction for those peoples, which should be provide, let's say, rapid shelter for them, and at the same time, this type of rapid organization, rapid development, somehow neglecting the spatial integration, neglecting some sort of cultural relevance, and somehow neglecting long-term adaptability as well. So, in order to think about the reconstruction housing, we should know that it is not somehow only about providing shelter issues. It is somehow socio-spatial challenge as well. So people that they are leaving their house now, they need to somehow connect to the community as well. So they need for participatory, they need for culturally sensitive and adaptive design strategies as well. So these informal settlements, which they built quickly, the result was somehow lack of infrastructure and planning, which lead to the greater, let's say, social inequity, disrupt the community network, and also limited chance for collective urban recovery as well. So it was a kind of challenge for that region for a long time, actually. So for research, we try to look at different frameworks. Out of different frameworks and literatures, we try to focus on 5 different frameworks and look at the problem in different point of view. The first framework was social capital theory, which mostly focus on the reconstruction should be revitalized social relationship and community network. The other framework was human right approach, which, as we know, housing is one of the main, let's say, human rights, which should be provided for every human beings. From sustainable livelihood, also we look at the problems in order to see how this housing actually make a kind of link to the community's survival as well. From urban morphology theory, mostly focus on the block, street, plot subdivision in order to see how these settlements developed in terms of block structures, street patterns, and more urban form. From place attachment theory, also we look at how actually these settlements design some sort of environment in order to increase the sense of belonging, and also cultural continuity as well. So the main research question was, how can spatial configuration and architectural design support social resilience and community identity? The other one was, in what ways do urban morphology, which is my, let's say, field of study, somehow influence long-term adaptability and reflect the culture which is work for environment as well? And how can architectural design bring together dignity, economic opportunities, and cultural relevance to create a reconstruction that truly works for people? So, during the research in literature, mostly we found that from social point of view, if you look at the problem, if you look at the post-conflict areas, the social resilience actually is more dependent on how, after the conflict, after the spatial environment provided for people, how it is rebuilt. And in social capital theory, mostly it highlighted the reconstruction, which must restore somehow community network and not just look at the physical structure. So there is some sort of, let's say, design solution for such a kind of, let's say, providing network for community. In order to look at it and reflect it in architecture, we need to somehow look at how to preserve the original neighborhood proximity, how to create the semi-public and shared spaces, and also enabling informal daily interaction with people as well, which is, in case of conflict zone, it's really hard to achieve. If we look at the similar examples from world that they had some sort of conflict zone, or they face some sort of natural disaster. In case of Bosnia, after war, actually those type of rebuilt environment, or those type of settlements that they try to make it for the people, they were more successful. They were more successful. Actually, they were those type of settlements that they try to maintain the pre-war social structure. They try to keep the neighborhood social structure, and somehow they try to re-establish the familiar spatial relationship for those peoples that they had to move from their spaces. So somehow it was more trustable for people to somehow accept the new development for them. In another study, in another, let's say, case similar in Sri Lanka and in Rwanda, after tsunami, actually, they try to rebuild some sort of housing for the people. So in that case, those type of cluster housing and those settlements that they provide some sort of communal courtyard, they help to rebuild social ties and place identity. In another case, in India, somehow government, they try to give some sort of flexible core house provided for the people after the tsunami. So they try to give the opportunity for people to extend their living space, especially outdoor space, in order to transfer it for new, let's say, a space for providing to earn some sort of money. So they try to support the community in order to make somehow economic stability for themselves as well. So this is something that after such a kind of situation, it's important in order to give the opportunity to people to come back to their life as well. So they provide such a kind of units for people with the open space that they can transfer it. They can extend the living space based on the number of the family members, based on their needs, transfer it to somehow become a kind of shop or workshop. So in terms of architectural design, making some sort of small-scale commercial activities for them, it was somehow successful in that, let's say, project. In another similar, let's say, project, in post-earthquake in Chile, what happened? They tried to, in the project, which the name is Emmental project, designed by Alejandro Aravena. They try to somehow support the families with small unit residential. So they gave half of the house to them, and they asked them to complete it by themselves. So you can see it here. It was the first step of the design, and then the second one on the right is showing how people try to complete the house based on their needs. So it's giving them this opportunity to extend the unit's economic, and also it's generating some space for themselves and support economic recovery while maintaining affordability as well. If we look at the urban morphology and in post-conflict settlements, especially if we look at examples of the first settlements, special morphology somehow supporting how post-conflict settlements grow, integrate, and adopt over time. So in urban morphology studies, trying to see the role of the block, street, and plot in terms of shaping the social and economic activity. If you look at the figure here, is the example of Zatari's Syrian refugee camps, one of the first, let's say, refugee camps in Jordan, which at the beginning it's structured based on the rigid grid system for refugees, but as the number of the refugees increased and they stay for a longer time, they started to reshape the grid into some sort of cluster, which reflecting their culture and social pattern as well. So let's talk about our case. Actually, for our case, you know that we have limited somehow way to collect the data. One of the main sources was the satellite imagery analysis from 2015 to 2025, and also aerial visual interpretation and NGOs documentation. Apart from that, we try to look at the main focus of us was to look at the spatial layout evolution, the settlement typology, the material pattern, and morphological transformation. So in Syria, in northern Syria, especially in the region such as Idlib, such as Aleppo and Afrin, there are different type of, let's say, settlements that they developed during the war. So they are different based on their scales, based on their forms, based on the material they use, based on the, let's say, emergency needs, and also the capacity as well. So from our, let's say, study, from our finding, the most important things which we found, especially about the spatial evolution, we saw that it was a kind of transition from grid to some sort of cluster organization. In the very, let's say, early phase of the settlements development, they started to use rigid, somehow rectangle and repetitive units next to each other, which they hadn't have that much open space. They have minimum open space. It just was such a kind of, let's say, street, big street only. They try to somehow give the chance to people just to find a place for their living. So there were no, let's say, space for social interaction as well. As you can see the diagram here, the orange showing the street and the light orange showing the units that they sit next to each other. So what happened in northern Syria? The rigid grid system actually somehow focused on efficiency rather than socio-spatial needs. So they neglected the private, let's say, private, semi-public, and public distribution, and also this type of, let's say, organization, limiting the social interaction and social cohesion. But gradually, in the, let's say, recent phase, we are facing to some sort of, let's say, cluster-based organization, which they provide some sort of courtyard, centered courtyard, semi-private shared space, organic pedestrian network we can find in the settlements, and culturally responsive design, which somehow giving chance for people to have more social interaction together. So based on the research, we saw that the NGOs lead housing projects, especially in Afrin and Idlib. They try to integrate traditional spatial hierarchy, which is part of the culture of the Syrian as well, and also try to use communal space. So if you look at the traditional living space in Syria, you can see that they have more hierarchy in terms of living, in terms of communication, and they have more, let's say, communal space as well. So this shift presents a gradual move from purely functional planning toward more socio-spatial responsive environments, which inspired by vernacular Syrian settlements pattern. And nowadays, in the most recent settlements, we can see more open spaces, as you can see in the diagram, showing the first one showing the rigid grid system, and gradually they started to give some space between units, and then make a kind of hierarchy in terms of street relationship, and also the semi-open spaces for the units. And in the most recent development, we see more private space, semi-space, and also semi-public space and public organization, as you can see in the diagram. Another part of research was focusing on the material evolution, which we understand that from the first and early settlements, the first phase, normally they try to make emergency shelter for people, so the material that they use was more temporary. So they use corrugated metal, they use timber, they use tarpaulin type of material. So it was more temporary, but gradually, which the conflict still continue, they had to provide more permanent settlements for people. So I started to use prefabricated panels, concrete, and after that, they, in some of the settlements, we saw that they use stone material, they use reinforced concrete in order to provide more affordable and more permanent space for people. If we look at the settlements from environmental, let's say, design, we understand that in the early settlements, actually the settlements was some sort of environmental failure, because they didn't that much consider the using thermal isolation, using ventilation strategy, using solar orientation. So which result was providing a kind of discomfort zone for people, that in the reports we saw a lot of complain about the health issues, especially in seasonal changes as well. So, but in the recent development, especially in case provided in the name of the settlement is Peace Village, which they started to use isolate plastic roofing. They started to provide a kind of garden between the units, especially to provide some shading, and also using some sort of concrete walls in order to use for thermal stability as well. In another project, in Mulham project, they use different material. They use stone material. They try to use isolation for the roof and use cross ventilation design as well in order to achieve some environmental approach as well. In terms of economic layering, we saw from the early settlements that they just provide some sort of shelter for people. Gradually, they started to add another function, such as since the conflict continued, they had to provide some other functions, some other facilities for people. So they started to have some sort of small shops, such as mobile clinics or storage for the food along the, let's say, main pathways. Especially in case of Qah Camp, if I say the names correctly, Kafrostin and also Atme, that they started to have adding a kind of repair shop, adding a clothing market. So in order to bring some sort of, let's say, economic vitality as well. So in terms of social and special social space and community integration, the traditional Syrian spatial pattern was somehow more related to providing a kind of hierarchy. They supporting the family. The design of the settlements was in that case somehow they have some more intimacy. But as I told you, the first and early settlements, they somehow neglecting this type of pattern. But in Mulham stone housing, they try to somehow make a kind of pattern, like they attach or make a cluster of 4 houses together, and between them they started to make some semi-open spaces in order to be used for take care of children, to have some sort of community, some sort of, let's say, informal community together. In another project in Peace Village, they have some sort of shared water taps, benches, and some play areas, which is somehow supporting the social community as well. So at the end, what works till now in these cases that we try to look at them, we saw that those type of settlements that they organize based on the standard dimension, based on the inflexibility, let's say, typology, they were not that much successful in terms of providing social interaction for people. The rigid and grid, let's say, base was not that much preferable, which somehow neglecting the cultural spatial sense as well. And also the absence of the public realm as well. But what was more preferable was cluster-based courtyard houses, adaptable core units, which they can somehow change it, somehow make it, personalize the space based on their wish. Integration of the vernacular pattern, seeing the look at the vernacular architecture and try to reflect it in the settlements, and considering passive climate design strategy and using multifunctional space rather than single function. So as architects, as planners, the most important things is not only providing, let's say, shelter for the people, but this type of settlements should support the community in order to adopt themselves, in order to feel belong to the let's say community, and also to live with their dignity. These are also somehow important. In conclusion, in Syrian settlements, especially in northern part of the Syria, the pattern changed from very emergency grid morphological pattern to more, let's say, adaptable pattern nowadays. The cluster-based layout incorporating courtyard, passive design, and also flexible infrastructure. So residents, they try to somehow show their wishes, and they try to transform these settlements to the most, let's say, livable space for themselves. So the design decision in conflict reconstruction is not only about the technical and aesthetical issue. It is more related to the social and political acts as well. Although there are political issues in the providing these settlements, that we already look at those political restriction as well. In some settlements, especially in terms of the ownership of the lands, that they were not that much, belonging to the person. It was some sort of conflict for like political conflict as well, but we didn't complete that part of the research. That's why I didn't present it here. So for the future research, we try to somehow look at the architectural and settlements during the years, see the morphological patterns and typological patterns. We intended to design a kind of, let's say, model for post-displacement integration, and somehow do some sort of study in other regions that they face the same type of, let's say, displacement, such as Iraq, such as Lebanon. So to see that how this region actually reflected cultural issues in development of their settlements as well. Thank you so much for listening. I'm open to this question if you have.
Thank you very much, Salmeuja. If you have questions, I can deliver them.
Thank you. That was a great paper. I am really interested in how this knowledge gets transferred. How does it get basically then into the ground? So is it through NGOs? Is it through education? Like, how does knowledge about what to do after something like this actually happen, and how does it get retained, and how does it get?
Yeah, in there are some research, especially in NGOs. I read some of the reports that how actually people they were not satisfied with some sort of settlement, how the conflicts happen, and at the same time there are some natural disaster happening in some of the cases as well. So they have to rebuild them because of the flood, because of the these issues as well. But they have some sort of interviews with the users, with the people around, and they get some idea. They did some changes, but that this is not something happenly make a, let's say, great change. There is gradually they started to do some adaptation, but as you see, the cases still, the settlements, they are very small, units are very small, but they try to add some open spaces, semi-open spaces for them.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you very much, Salim
Thank
Hoca.
you.
So I'll ask Puya Hoca to deliver your certificate. Don't go, please, Salim Hoca. Yes.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much. So, yes, we will have the second talk by Kamyar Hoca, Kamyar Yazdani, our colleague in Final University.
Maybe have to light down. Yeah. No, I will wait here. Doesn't matter. I will wait here. Yeah, because I will use this. Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Since morning, while I was listening to Kasra Hoca and now to Salme Hoca, I would like to extend my thanks to them because more or less we are addressing to the same thing, but we are looking at it from different levels of perspective, let's say. And that's very good thing because this shows that we are sharing the same concept related to nowadays architecture, today architecture, and the issues of war, displacement, and more importantly and more philosophically, temporality and temporal, let's say, understanding of architectural space that Kasra Hoca in the morning addressed. So today, I am going to share same thing, but from a bit different than my colleagues from tectonic point of view and building culture that somehow I may address to your question that how they learn, how to construct, how to build. This is very interesting concept. So I name it as a hybrid tectonics for semi-temporary. Means that before getting into topic of post-conflict settlement, we need immediate acts to build for displaced people, war-wounded people, a kind of shelter to settle in, and then later we can think about the post-conflict, how that can be transformed into a permanent type of let's say, morphological urban settlement or whatsoever. So from that point of view, I titled the research, this ongoing research, to hybrid tectonics for semi-temporary humanitarian shelter, bridging industrial platforms and local building cultures for war-wounded strangers. While I was making this slide and putting this statement that architecture today has discovered an underlying and unexpected foe in war, I asked myself that this is the thing that architecture always faces, the enemy of war and conflict and devastation, deconstruction, due to political conflicts, war, invading borders, invading even the building culture of each region. So it is not something new that architecture faces, but now the form of this invasion, or let's say being enemy of architecture, has been a bit transformed to something new. We are facing with the phenomenon of displacement very vastly. Previously, if the conflict happens, the borders were invaded, cities were invaded by enemies, they were deconstructing, devastating the cities, buildings, and so on, but they were more or less respecting to local building culture of that region. The good example is in front of us, Northern Cyprus. And Cyprus is a good example during the
Ottoman period, how they transformed the Gothic churches into mosques. And that's a very interesting thing that those buildings after a millennium has been remained because they reuse. So that's the thing that nowadays we are facing, that devastation happens. People, local people are, let's say, displaced, and some very ontological, valuable part of the culture of that local people are, let's say, disappearing and fading away. So based on that, I may say that the continued state of war and conflict has prompted a significant number of its inhabitants to leave their homes looking for more secure spots. This emotional circumstance, it has been significantly aggravated recently by fighting among the diverse armed forces as they pursue control of urban areas and design. And this is a social issue, social dilemma nowadays. So first of all, before getting into a kind of architectural study, that would be better to look at architectural space from social point of view. During my research on this ongoing research, I faced with similar properties, or let's say definition of properties, basic properties of space. The last one that he's mentioning, unfortunately, they merge into each other. It's not very visible due to these ratio changes. The last one, he's talking about the mobility, and he says that change in location and movement through a space cause a kind of mobility by the people that he called them strangers. So nowadays we are facing with these people, let's say war-wounded strangers that are relocated or displaced very vastly, and they are losing their building culture in their origins. Also, they are facing with new, very poor condition in their new settlements, or let's say temporary settlements that they are going to inhabit temporarily there. Yes, while this contemporary figure of refugees, or let's say strangers, is somehow associated with stigmatism, relation of criminality, exploitation, and separation, the traditional sociological picture of being a refugee, or let's say a stranger, as a displaced, forlorn, and impoverished man is not illustrative of the different aspect of its impact on, let's say, individuals who are presently moving, let's say, mobile, while the established picture of the refugees commanded by the psychological sort known as marginal man. So it additionally incorporates a more undecided assumption that Simmel outlined as a stranger, as I said. Here we may consider them a stranger in the landing context and after the war, even in their origin. The picture of being a stranger opened the way for more positive form of recognizable proof, suggesting the mobility caused by war was responsible by widening social skyline and for presenting a critical view. This report of UN is calling architects very seriously nowadays. We are facing in 2024 almost 120 million of forcibly displaced people that are demanding immediate action for sheltering. So it's a basic humanitarian need. We need a immediate roof for them. In this regard, I would like to remind you, if you don't watch it before, this first part of trilogy of Angelopoulos, produced in 2004. He's a Greek director, movie director, and the name of the movie is Weeping Meadow. Is all about how the people during the World War has been displaced and what type of social issues they are facing. And the movie is full of metaphors, interesting, very emotional expressions of what those strangers are feeling. So this is not something that we are going to start to work on it. Many association, institutions, global communities under the UN authority or other humanitarian associations are working on. But mostly they are sharing these principles. They are saying that living in a camp or a tent as a stranger can be seen as a challenge for them. Cultural differences among strangers and their landing may lead to social issues. The requirement for the design details and style of shelters must be considered in light of the diversity of ethnicity, religion, gender, and age. And let me to add building culture in this group of let's say identifications. The shelter for strangers in their landing should reflect their needs, family size, and furthermore traditional and cultural values, as well as the local architectural culture, as I said. So this is something beyond, even when we are talking about the temporary sheltering of strangers now, the shelter is something beyond, physical need and let's say physical architectural need of the space and roof. It also addressing seriously to the psychological state of the strangers too. So in this regard, this research has been, let's say, formulated, structured in a way by saying that after, of course, after observing up to now 12 different refugee camps and designed by architects actually, with this research problem saying that the most semi-temporary shelters for the war-wounded displaced people are conceived as short-lived products, architectural products, not as a tectonic system that bridge industrial platform and local building culture. As a result, they often fail to support safe repair, adaptation, and dignified everyday life. So the research question rises up saying that how can a hybrid tectonic framework be developed for semi-temporary humanitarian shelter for war-wounded strangers that bridge the industrial platform system, which is more affordable, low cost, and fast, of course, and local building culture, while meeting basic safety, dignity, and adaptability and standards. Of course, since as a person who is coming from the field of tectonic in architecture, that would be better to give a kind of definition that while we are talking about tectonic in architecture, we are addressing architectural, artistic, statistic, and meaningful use of building technology and other physical issues related to architecture, not in the definition of discipline of geology. In this regard, while I was looking at trying to find my own way that what are the proper tectonic properties of architecture through the kind of theoretical literature review, I found joints, details, materials, objects, structure, construction, and very interestingly, as Kenneth Frampton says, interaction is a tectonic property of this space of architecture. So at this moment, while we are talking about temporality, all these theoreticians and thinkers in architecture, mostly they are addressing tectonics, permanent tectonics of architecture, rather than talking about temporality. But at the same time, we know that there is a huge discourse throughout the history of modern architecture, especially about matter of time in architecture, to give a definition to that. So by having this theoretical framework, I started to look at these new phenomenon and needs. Through a kind of qualitative multiple case study approach, including 6 steps, I went through the study up to now. As I said, almost 10, 12 cases are studied. And also the literature review, that in literature review as IFRC identify and classifying the sheltering types are divided based on their definition and matter of time are introduced as 6. Emergency sheltering, temporary sheltering, temporary housing, progressive sheltering, and core sheltering, and permanent housing. But it's very interesting when you look at their catalogs and their reports, you will realize that there is always the door open, that each of these type of classification can be turned into the next. For example, as Salih Hocam shown, temporary sheltering has been transformed into permanent housing. So it's a morphological issues that need to be considered, as well as building culture and tectonics. My study is focusing on temporary sheltering. So within this category, this classification, I found different type of tents. But from tectonic point of view, I may say that mostly they are coming with very lightweight structure. They are very compact, easy for transportation. And these are good things, but at the same time, they don't provide appropriate insulation to cover the temperature tolerance. Also, negatively, they don't provide a proper design solution in cold climatic conditions. All these 4 type of tents, more or less, they have same advantage and disadvantages. Together with tents, for temporary shelters, you may go with the containers, prefabricated containers. But this is not something that is very recommended by international associations, such as United Nations. There is one institution working on refugees, UNHRC. I'm not sure about the abbreviation. They don't recommend it, and they have more negative, let's say, characteristics, tectonic characteristics. That's why they don't recommend us to use it for temporary sheltering. High cost, first of all, in transportation, hard transportation, time-consuming process of construction also is another issue. Issues emerging in the assembly process. So if you are using the containers, of course, to turn it into a kind of architectural space, you need to go through a kind of modification and adding, subtracting, and so on. Thermal insulation problem in hot weather, especially. But very interestingly, we have also indigenous shelter cases as well, that I call them hybrid tectonics. And actually, this is the focus that I'm trying to work on it more. There are lots of things here to learn about issue of time in architecture, issue of contradiction or kind of conflict in building culture over there. How you can translate the old building culture and architectural language into a kind of modern. Very interesting things you can find. At the same time, they are directly responding to the main needs. They are very friendly, environmentally oriented, long-lasting shelters they are. So they can be considered as a kind of investment for making them a kind of permanent architecture at the end. Application of material originating or occurring naturally in a particular place, native or indigenous, giving more contextual kind of values to those solutions, and traditional methods and techniques of construction. Here you can see some examples. In next slide also, you can see some examples that recently, by getting inspired by vernacular architecture of the southern part of Iran, they did, and even they nowadays in Iran, young architects, they didn't stop, and they went through this type of solution. In Hormuz Island, Zav architects, they had a kind of understanding of those sandbags or ramp earth building techniques. They use it and they created something very new. However, it is very rooted into building culture of that region. So we may say that these indigenous shelters can be culturally adapted to strangers very easily based on their original cultures. They can be easily repaired. They can be simply maintained, very low cost. The application of local material and skills can be considered as an advantage in cost, although they need more time for construction, of course. They can offer more environmentally appropriate conditions, such as thermal comfort in living internal spaces. Based on this background, I'm going to share with you 3 cases out of those that I studied. This is one of them, Maidan Tent. Actually is a social hub for a stranger designed by Visconti and Leo Bettini in Greece with the support of UNIOM. This tent is erected to respond to the need for an indoor public space to prevent disturbing experiences associated with the war and forced displacement. The term Maidan derives from the native Arabic term for the square, reflecting the scheme dedication to social interaction. If you remember, while I was talking about the theoretical framework and I was referring to Kenneth Frampton was addressing social interaction as kind of tectonic expression, tectonic property of architecture. This Maidan tent, as a secure, multifunctional, flexible space, can host up to 100 people, offering a space for the strangers community to gather, relax, interact, and engage under the shelter, portable and expressive structure design. In this regard, referring to Frampton, Tectonic Culture, the book Studies in Tectonic Culture, these architectonic object, let's say, creates entirely an interaction as one tectonic property among the stranger and the site filled by sprawling arrangement of existing frame tents and prefabricated containers. Further, among a stranger, an architectural object through possibility of perception. Here, I would like to, especially undergraduate students that kindly joined today. You remember in first year when we were dealing with trying to understand the different type of structure. We ask you to use tensile fabrics and creating a structure. That's very simple way of building, very lightweight and very immediate response can be. But at the same time, is directly responding to the needs. So it can be considered as an alternative in this case. But at the same time, however, the tent is designed to address temporary needs, but it also presents successful tectonic values that enable it to reach the level of symbolic dimension as a permanent aesthetic architectural object through the triad of Viterbi's triad of utility, durability, and beauty. Another alternative that we may have, and I went through it in this case in Somalia by using timber frame system. Very quickly, I'm going through it by saying that this type of approaches, when you think to bring a stranger building culture and local building culture together, I name it hybrid tectonic. Not only responding to the needs of sheltering, also a kind of representation of cultural and traditional significances will be, and sense of being at the home, which is very important, and of course, psychologically very pleasing. Here you can see some more examples, prototypes created over there by using that method, or in this case by RAM architecture or sandbags in Jordan. They very quickly constructed more than 100 classrooms for strangers. These are the things that I wanted to share with you. So let me to go to conclusion. One may truly claim that tectonic properties can offer new patterns for architectural innovation in practice domain. As an instance investigated, sheltering the war-bonded stranger who are socially disconnected from their origin culture, however, cause architects to rethink tectonic values intertwined with the design, but further considers them creatively in the context of temporality. Here, architectural theory comes into the scope of tectonics, across its permanent circumstances, primarily to monitor the evolving process of architectural physical components of the space. In this context, tectonic properties must recall the interaction among site, architectural object, and socially strange people in new landings. This contesting a condition rooted in temporality of shelters is also identified as a design opportunity for designers to responsibly address the environmental problems while going beyond the constraints, limits of their practice. They should be more emphasized mobility as one property of space is related, which is related to strangers. Actually, it is their synthesis that emphasizes that spatial relations do not have only an immediate impact on connection between people. They also have symbolic dimensions. As in the innovation practice here, exemplified, tectonic offers a new perspective on the materiality of architecture in the context of technical solutions, in which durability of the design may serve as a basis for creating new design inspired by strangers, their building culture, and the site itself, and etc. As a result of this research, I don't know how can I didn't memorize it, to be honest. Up to now, I found the first one is at the bottom. I don't know, can you move it up? So let me to get out of the screen. I don't know. I can read from it. Look, it's nice. Yeah, possible. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Across the cases, yeah, Across the cases, there are three practical architectonic design patterns for hybrid tectonic accuracy. Up to now, during the analyzing architectural analysis, architectonic and architectural analysis that I did on the cases, there is one platform and an infill, a rapid, stable frame that accepts climate and culture-specific influence. Is a kind of design guideline for designing this type of shelters. The second, readable, repairable joints, connectors that enable safe assembly, disassembly, and instrumental upgrading by non-specialists. And thirdly, layer envelopes, interchangeable shading, insulation, and privacy layers for seasonal tunings. That comes with, of course, with local indigenous materials. You may use adobe, you may use timber, you may use stone, based on your the material building culture that you are coming from, or what is more accessible to you. You can go through it. Up to now, these are my findings related to the hybrid technique. Thank you for listening, and if there is any question, I would be happy to.
Thank you very much, Kamil Hoca. Do we have questions?
Question, more points in tectonic course.
Kamil Hoca, thank you for this interesting presentation, and to the dimension you're bringing IDP or temporary shelter architecture to. As you were presenting, you did mention that UNCR do not give approval for the use of containers.
Mm-hmm.
But from our Easy Reach experiment done by ARUCAT, if we bring that into the container, would that become a viable solution for if we are going to provide quick architecture for internally displaced people?
I hope that I understand it well. Since you are dealing with displaced people and the need urgent need of shelter, there are other dimensions involved with transportation. While you are able to have more lightweight type of structure, or kind of more faster method of construction. This is what UNHCR is recommending to us, to use those things instead of using containers. Of course, there are lots of very innovative solutions for that, but do they related to emergency need, urgent need of shelters? I don't think so. But of course, there are lots of very interesting architectural solutions coming nowadays for housing, for sheltering by prefabricated containers. I hope I answer you.
Any questions? No? Is there questions? Yes, Madame.
Just a quick one about your use of the term "the stranger," and could you say a bit more about that? Is that coming from Symbol as well?
Symbol.
Yeah.
It came from Symbol. If you wish, I can get back to.
Yeah, because that was the slide that was a bit wobbly.
Yeah, they get into each other. He introduced 5 properties, basic properties for the space as a social. The last one is mobility. Why not?
relatively great.
The term a stranger comes from him directly. He mentioned that the stranger is both near and far. Space gains social meaning through the human movement and perception, and that's why before getting into the tectonic studies, I started.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Kamiar
you.
Hoca. I would like to ask Associate Professor Dr. Amir Reza Iranmanesh to deliver your certificate. Thanks again. Thank you very much all to joining this session. We will have a coffee break, half an hour, and we will get back with two more interesting talks by Amir Reza Hoca and Mohammad Hoca. Yes, we will start at 3 o'clock, more than half an hour for coffees.
today's event. Once again, I welcome you to this section. Ejeng Basi Ukabi is my name, or my names. And we are going to listen to another interesting two presentations. One focusing on the tapping screens. And I think that ever since we were meeting here, most of us were doing what? We're tapping. And then we will balance it up at the level of urban scale to look at street revitalization. Mireza Ojam and Mohammed Ojam will be doing these two presentations. So join me as I welcome Mireza Ojam to the podium.
Can you open it, please? Yeah, give it to me. Because for online, like the YouTube video is not going to. No, it's okay. That's okay. All right. Yes, hello and welcome everybody to this presentation that is summarizing like a methodological journey for me that has taken over like 6 years. Sometimes in the past, I'm actually kind of abandoned this line of research, then picked it up. It started with a very, very interesting question when social media started to become a thing. When we had Facebook, then Twitter emerged. Like I was born and raised through this process. And so when I started my PhD journey, I started thinking how interaction through social media can be part of urban life. How can we read urban life through social media, or what aspects of it can we read through it? I'm not going to cover all of it today. I will talk about a bit of a methodological journey, or how, or if there is possibilities. So what I was thinking at the beginning when I started this is that, you leave traces when you work with social media, when you tap on the screen, when you create a post, when you review something, or even when you take your phone out, they're collecting the data for it. So before, the idea was that, when we were going through centrality and space syntax and a lot of morphological analysis, that the general shape of the network and the centrality of the network is one of the leading principles that invites people or creates possibility for the presence of people. So when I started this, I started asking this question. So what now when people are not necessarily going to places through urban floor? They see a review and they go to a place, or they see a recommendation from their friend and they go to a place. How can we track those complexities? Or is this like a new way of experiencing the city? Can we explore the city through the same morphological and centrality analysis anymore? Like you might go to a place which is not necessarily central to the city because other people recommended it, yeah? So following the footprints, yeah? So maybe I have to come here and tap this screen as well, yeah? So following the footprints, you leave footprints. Anything that you do with your phone, it leaves a digital residue in the city. It's just like, one of those things. Same thing with AI as well, plastic. Everybody was interested about plastic when it was first introduced, and it changed our life. But now there is a residue of plastic everywhere, yeah? Same thing with AI, same thing with social media. There is a residue of social media everywhere, every single interaction. And what can we understand from this when we go to urban space or spatial understanding of cities, yeah? So how can we read these footprints? Does it mean anything? So I put this as a metaphor, Hansel and Gretel. I don't know if you know the story of Hansel and Gretel, yeah? So they leave the breadcrumbs to find their way back, and they lose it. But in this scenario, they're not Hansel and Gretel. There are millions of people, and there are billions of breadcrumbs on the ground of the city. Yeah, and they could not find it because bird ate the breadcrumbs, but we cannot find it because there's just too many. Yeah, it's just like, you know, a kind of a metaphor for this exploration. So we tap on the screen, we review stuff, we call people, we check the weather. You might not know it, but if you have agreed to terms of services for apps that you have geotag device on, you will be linked to a specific location in the city when you do any kind of interaction. So the question is now that how can we use those interactions to create something meaningful? That was the question. So you see, this is what you do. So you want to find a restaurant. This is the data generated by people. Kasrauja today talked about the algorithm, and algorithm is now being introduced into this. So this is very how you find the places to go, or how you find the places to be. You might not go to a place, but have not been to a place, but you find it interesting because of those reviews. I'm trying to keep this very short. And there are also other interesting applications nowadays that are collecting this data. Like Strava, for me, is one of the most interesting one. If you're using any kind of sport apps, if you are using any kind of tracking apps that tracks your walking or step counting, Strava is actually the central hub that is collecting all of this data. We actually found traces of same movement in informal settlements in Indonesia in the research. So like, it's not related to big cities. This has a global map. Strava has a global map that is tracking everybody everywhere. And this is not something that is not unethical, because whenever you pass through those terms of services and you click accept, you give the right to your location away, which is a good thing for me as an urban researcher. That's absolutely beautiful. Yeah, I would love to put tracking devices on all of you and have that data. That would give me a lot of papers to write. Yeah. But Strava is I'm actually giving this to students nowadays as a part of their site analysis. I'm asking them to check Strava data for site analysis because it shows different types of movement. It actually separates types of movement. Like if you're on a wheelchair, it has a specific map. If you're running, it has cycling has a specific map. Anyway, just an example. Yeah. So I was very moved when I started this by a paper by a guy named Daniel Arias-Bell. Was kind of my virtual mentor, is in the United States, and he wrote a paper called Accidental, Open, and Everywhere. It's one of the first papers written on the big data and cities. And I was citing him a lot. I still, when I open a paper related to this study, first thing I do, I cite him. Yeah, I actually wrote to him and he said thank you. Yeah. But I started to question all of these three. He said, it's accidental, it's open, and it's everywhere. How can we analyze it? But then I started questioning this, and I started to notice that it's absolutely not accidental. For sure, it's not open, and definitely it's not everywhere. So I started actually to question this entire base or background to the problem. Yeah. Here I want to introduce to you some methodological approach that we can use to make sense of this big data, yeah, or the data, how to read people's experiences through this data, how people experience city, and how can we read it through this data. It might be actually later on might be very useful. Does it track with global local accessibility? Can we read land use from this? Very interesting stuff. Like if you're living in a part of like a city that doesn't have official census data, or doesn't have, which is a lot. You work on informal settlement, you work on like cities without official or public census. Like a lot of countries, for security reasons, do not make any of their data public. So how can we use that instead of that official data? What kind of temporal dimensions of urban life? Today you saw Adam talked about like the night and nocturnal life. I will show examples of that, what we did here with this. So this is a very useful point for, especially because majority are students here, is we have two different distinct things. We have data and we have information. And this is the difference between data and information. Data is just like, is raw, it's unprocessed. It's the old Twitter data, yeah? But to make it into information, you need to process it. Information emerges out of processing raw data. And this is what we do at postgraduate. Any kind of research that you do, you have data, you process the data. You start to extract meaning or patterns out of the data. Yeah, so this is like that process basically. So I put here as an example to show you, like it requires a kind of an obsessive mentality. And when I was doing this, like maybe 4 years ago, I was doing it like almost every night continually, because it's not easy to extract that data. The Twitter firehose or Instagram firehose, which I was using, very limited rate. They do not want to give out their data. They give you limited access. So I had to do it over every 10 minutes when they reset their rate, and again, and again, and again, and again. So for example, this spreadsheet for Kyrenia includes 170 separate Excel files. This is for a span of a year. And each of them include more than 35,000 entries. So altogether, this is north of 2.5 million entry of Twitter data and Instagram data all combined together for Kyrenia. So the question now becomes, okay, I have all this data, it's a big pile of data. Is it useful, this big pile of data? How can I make this useful? This is the main problem, yeah? Each of these tweets that you make or Instagram posts that you make is one of these, yeah? One of these. It's you doing something in the city in that particular day, hopefully. There are other data associated with it. There are pictures associated with it. You can sort these pictures by color, by date, by object, by anything that you want. There are pictures that you can associate with this. Not all of them have pictures, but some of them do. So how much of this data is useful? When you go through the data and you try to turn it into information, you will see that around 1 to 4% of all that 2.5 million for the Kyrenia is actually geotagged. Means that you can specifically find the location for that point. So there is something called, we call precise location. There is latitude, longitude. There is bounding box, which is like gives an approximate area if it cannot read the proper GPS signal. There is city level data. You can distinguish. You can see clearly if it's from Kyrenia or from Augusta or that. Or you can see the regional. Is it from Cyprus? Is it from Turkey? So 1 to 4% of it in the first level will be eliminated if you do not want to go to content analysis. Yeah. All right. Let's see this. And then you have that data. Let's say I have a data entry of 250,000 after I cleaned up and I separated the geotagging. There's a lot of advertisement. Different land use locations advertise their stuff almost daily basis. Yeah. So you have to go through this and, like, filter it. It's called data filtration. And when you write something, each of these steps, you have to go and meticulously explain how you filter it. There are a lot of bots. There are a lot of promotions. And more specifically, and this is the most difficult challenge that I faced, there is a guy, and this is the example, there is a guy who is tweeting from his bedroom 20 times a day, every day. If I put that on the map, that guy's house will look like the most central, important location in Kyrenia. And it's not only that guy, there are 50 guys like this. So you have to go through this data, and it's just a big pile, and you have to find these patterns, and and a lot of it cannot be automated. So it was just like, you have to clean it up. It's not clean data. It's very, very dirty data. You have to clean it up. All right, so after we clean data up, what's next? How do we classify this data? Okay, I have now a big pile of clean data. How can I understand anything from this? Yeah, so first thing is that we put it on the map. So for example, this is from, by the way, all the graphics here in this presentation are mine. I've generated them, except for one, which I will show later. So this is, for example, wall city of Famagusta. Yeah. So what do these dots mean? This is the study area that I did, and I wanted to see if there is any relationship between people movement and the data. So this is part, and then you overlap. So I went and I counted people in 100 different junctions here, which I created the grid. It took several days that I was standing at the corner with the paper, trying to be like, invisible. I was just marking people passing by, men, women, group of 2, group of 5. Very, very tedious job. Trying to see if, so it's another thing. I can separate it into different classifications. Maybe that would give me some meaning. But that's raw data, so okay, let's say here. Amenities. Any kind of land use that is using for promotional, let's say this is the land use, or it's mapped on open street map. These are called urban amenities. Urban amenities, I can locate them. These are different land use functions that are like more public, yeah? I can distinguish, and I did this through a lot of struggle. I can distinguish between free social media data. Free social media data is that I'm walking in the street and I take a picture, or I'm walking on the street, or I'm standing somewhere with my friend and I just tweet something. It's not connected to anything. This is what I call free. And I can separate it to any kind of dot that says I am at this location. Any tweet that specifically mentions a location, I can separate. And this is like this. And it's again, a tedious job, and it requires. So this is how, look, I had a big pile of data, I cleaned it, and now I'm trying to turn it into information that is useful and can be interpreted. The next step after this is interpretation. I'm not going into that. That's like a different story, yeah? All right. I can start to, how to turn it into information. I can start to classify it based on temporal dimensions, yeah? For example, you see this is for a city of Famagusta. Some of this data that I'm presenting is published, some of it is actually unpublished work. For example, here you can see different hours of the day from midnight again to midnight. You can see the rise of activities through social media. Here I distinguish it between all within the campus of the university and outside the campus of the university in the city. And you can see how, in the morning the campus is occupied by a lot of users, and then how in the evening the campus becomes empty, where the city and pubs and hops and bars become more popular, yeah? We can distinguish it between days of the week. Naturally, you will see Saturday, Sunday, campus is a little bit less occupied, and the general number drops because students are not out there. We can separate it based on specific hour of the day on the map. So this is like, for example, again, from midnight to midnight, each of them, I have to sit down, separate, classify, generate the heat map, put it together. Very, very tedious job, time consuming, but it's possible. And if you have that kind of mentality that you want to get an answer out of something, you just have to sit down and do it. And it's absolutely quite within the capacity of everybody in this room to do this. It's just labor some parts. And you can see how different parts of the city light up. Dormitories, dormitories, dormitories. Even dormitories go to sleep. Parties end. Everybody sleep. Some people wake up at 5. Yeah. So people start to move into the city center. Yeah. And then you will see how activities shift toward the city until we reach midnight again. I'm not going through this. I just want to show how it's possible to turn data into information. I can do content analysis, which I did in this study. So I can go through regional, like for example, neighborhood by neighborhood, cluster by cluster. I will go and see what keywords has been repeated more times than other keywords. And I can rate it how much, like more than 100, the big ones. Central lecture hall, yeah? Engineering faculty, you can see the dormitory keyword is used. I am at dormitory this, I am at dormitory, we are doing this at the dormitory, yeah? Different land use functions. This map is actually the map together with the previous map. So we took this one, and we took this one, we put it on top of each other, and we were able to classify land use within a 0.8 correlation. Yeah, so it's like a correlation confidence of like 80%. So we're missing some points, but through this data, we were able to classify land use. Very, very interesting stuff. We can generate it into heat maps. For example, again, this is the heat map of social media activities for a span of time. I generated it for this presentation. just as an example. Heat map is one of the ways that we try to turn it into information, because dots on their own don't mean anything. We have to cluster them together and we have to find patterns in them. Or we count. This is another way that I found very interesting. So I generated a buffer around each path, and I counted the number of dots in each buffer. This was actually very useful, and it gives me better results than the heat map as well. So counting is also very, very simple. Sometimes the simplest way, you should not ignore the simple way. They will say, do this analysis, do that analysis, do this statistical method. No, just simple counting sometimes does wonders. All right, so this is, for example, because I'm coming to the end of my 20 minutes, I try to be quick. This is, I came to the end. This is an unpublished work that I did not actually go through with it, because I didn't have time at that point, and then the data got old, and now, I finished it for this paper. This is, what is this? You know, you've seen this. I show this in urban courses. This is Lynch analysis, yeah? So Lynch, kind of a mental map of the city. So what I was trying to do, I was trying to recreate a mental map of the city through social media, not what people tell you, because to do a good Lynch analysis, you have to go and ask people about different characteristics of the city, or ask them to take pictures, stuff like that. So we looked through the data, and I wanted to talk about this accidental, open, and everywhere. That is not accidental, it's not open, and it's not everywhere. For example, a lot of borders that we created in this. So we try to read the borders through social media data. Nobody's saying that is a border. You understand border not through data, but through absence of data. So we saw the lack of data, and we understand between two clusters there must be a border. Yeah. It's not open because you cannot access all of it. They will not give it to you. They will sell it to you, but I don't have that kind of resources. Yeah. Landmarks. We went through the content and the pictures. How many people mentioned Lale Mustafa Pasha? How many pictures are about like different tall points in the city? And we try to locate them on the map. So there is the legend, you know, from the how many times it was. This is the power of it, basically. It's the logarithmic power of it, and how many times. And districts as well. So we have tweets, for example, specifically talking about Sanai district, which is here, or university campus and dormitory residential. Yeah. So we actually generated quite a lot of, like, you know, interesting insight from that kind of data. Is a qualitative representation of a very, very quantitative data, which is a very, very interesting approach if you are, like, you know, interested in those kind of stuffs. So we have to be careful then about the ethics. We have to make this data anonymous. You cannot say this Twitter handle said this or that. You have to be very clear about it. You have to show all the steps, and you have to be very transparent about your process in these things. And outliers are very, very important point in this, because things that are off axis tell a story. Because you expect the city center to be vivid and vibrant. But when you see some place which is not central, becomes highlighted through the data, and it's not that guy sending tweet from his home, you understand something's going on. So we go and investigate the outliers one by one. And actually a lot of papers that we wrote were talking about these outliers. Like why this particular hub or coffee shop or district is popular while it's not morphologically central to the city. You try to find the stories. Even through big data, you try to find interesting stories. It also shows you things related to digital divide. Usually when you have a neighborhood of lower middle income, they might not as many tweets or Instagram posts from that neighborhood because access to internet like mobile data or might be more limited, or aging population is another thing. All right, so can we develop a framework for urban? So I'm trying to finish it. Yes, we can. And I did this actually for several cities here. You see, we're very, very interesting. This is for the north side of the wall city. I was trying to do a comparison with the south, but then time ran out of that study. So this is William H. White. As long as there been urban researcher, William H. White did time lapse. So standing from the top of the public spaces, taking a picture every 10 seconds, yeah, trying to map where people are going. So this is like, you know, what he was trying to do. Social media actually gives you similar result. And Jane Jacobs, yeah, that calls cities problems of organized complexity. When you have chaos, or when you have something that looks chaotic, there is always, not always, but most of the time, there is an underlying pattern to the chaos. And it's very, very appealing from a research standpoint if you can discover an underlying pattern beneath the chaos. Or not chaos, something that looks to you as the observer chaotic. Yeah, this is what a lot of like science is actually trying to do that. Yeah, this is about how. Then we reach the question of why, which I will leave for later. Why do we do this research? Why? What is the question? Okay, I have this data. I turn the data into information. Now, why I'm doing this, or what can I interpret it? What results can I? How can I use this for better urban planning or development? Yeah, that's a big, big question that will be, answered hopefully in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this.
I think it's mute.
Thank you for this spatio-temporal analysis, and I think it's giving us insight into how we can read the urban circulation systems beyond just the normal morphological way of mapping. And having done this, please, the floor is open for questions. If you have a question, all right?
All right, thank you. My question is, when I get to know this process, is there a way I can legitimately use it for my own investigation or something that I'm probably like developing or I'm hoping to find?
Yes.
Okay.
You need to learn GIS.
All right.
You need to learn Geographic Information System, like one of application. QGIS is a free application that is being used by every planet around the world. Yeah, you need to know that, because to process this much data, you need to be able to map it. It's a process of mapping the spatialities. Yeah. So if you learn how to do that, you can absolutely use it. Yeah.
Yeah. More questions? Any other? All right. There we go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will invite our dean, Professor Jainab Ojam, to present the certificate to Mirza Ojam. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next presenter, Mohammed Jan. This is your turn.
Sorry, I need to add that one of our talks, which was cancelled in the previous session, will be after Mohammad Hoja, Yegane and Tarane from Azerbaijan University of Architecture and Construction will present their work online after this session, so don't leave early, please. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome everyone. My name is Mohammed. First of all, thank you very much for all the colleagues, Castroge, especially for organizing this conference. This presentation is coming back from my research since 2012 and still continue. And it's about revitalization in historic urban quarters. But first of all, yes. What is the importance of revitalization in our cities? Look at these pictures. Famagusta, walled city of Famagusta in northern Cyprus. You can see Istanbul in Turkey, Munich in Germany. And you are coming from different countries. In our life, we are living more than half of our life in our cities. And by 2030, the population of the cities is more than 70%. It's growing. But why this important? Why we have to preserve and revitalize our historic urban quarters? These areas is like a backbone of our cities, which through the times we built it, and every time we are talking about sustainability, resilience, and etc., but they are already sustainable. They come with us, but this is very important to respect them. Through the social interaction, the social interaction is coming from the lower interaction, lower level. How it is? Look at this look at this picture. This is part of Iran. We said this friendship street, which people, when they have anger, they friends surprisingly they invite them, and they're coming from different way of this street and come together. Okay, and they peace with each other. The other maps is related to the Nicosia walled city, which you can see. This is the Arasta, which is one of the importance of the part of the walled city of Nicosia. The public space provide motivation and free choices between the behavior and movement and discoveries from the significant number of people, which is collective life of citizens and allow people to involve different generation. Through that, when we are talking about cities, the planners dividing the cities to the two different, the shrinking cities, which are like freezing, not vibration, and growing cities which are very vibration and have a very good economics. And political situation and economic climate problems make this part of cities deteriorated, and through that time we have obsolescence in these areas, which is faced with derelict areas and neglected areas. For that one, we have preserve and conservation aim, which to overcome the threats and also to reverse the process of deterioration and decays today, and also increase the quality of life. So how historic revitalization contribute to livability? The problematic historic urban areas, which are mostly in poor condition and abandoned, need revitalization in order to redevelop the economic, social, environmental, cultural, and historical aspect, as Garces said. So if we have a historic urban area, it's faced with obsolescence through the time in different aspects. So revitalization and conservation help that those areas be much attractive for the residents and also for the tourists. And this area could be livable and vibrant urban quarters. How it is working together? So we have historic urban area and livability, and in between we have revitalization, which has a different aspect of physical, social, and economic. The key element of livable cities, which is a clear understanding. When we are talking about the key elements, it's about the livable community, which offer the diverse set of services, amenities, and also opportunities for people who live and work within it. So well-planned transformation network and infrastructure, a clear understanding of urban fabric and spatial organization, walkable environment, mixed-use development, a diversity of neighborhood, a range of environmental condition, and commitment to sustainability, the commitment to sustainability and also resilience. The case that I'm talking today is Yediler area, which is located at the west part of the Lefkoşa, Nicosia Wall City. Actually, this is a northwest of the northern part of this, because this wall city is divided to the two parts, which is the north part belongs to the northern Cyprus, and the south part, which is here, is divided with a green border. So we did a different analysis and working through this study, and this area, this is a very important area according to the touristic area. This is very vibrant area before, but for now this is because they have different landmark, historic elements, historic building, a variety of culture, but today is faced with the lack of landscape, and also we have a vacant building over there, poor quality of life over there. This street, actually today we are talking about this street, which is Arasta, and is connected to the Arab Ahmed at the border of the north and south part. I'm not going through this analysis, I'm just passing this analysis because too much analysis for that, but for different analysis that I did for the land use, building material and construction, also the facades, the most important one is the social and economical analysis that reveals that 1/3 of the people live over there are they are just have a work and a job. They're working and they have a job, and they are in a good situation, better than the others. And also the 1/3 of the people only have their own house, and the rest was immigrant. Maybe they're just living over there, not illegally, and they don't have, they are tenants. They said that they're tenants, but they occupied over there. They're not really tenants. The result shows in different perspective that we have, when we are talking about obsolescence, we have different types. We have physical obsolescence, functional, and locational. And when looking through all these analyses that we have, we can see that there is just only 4% of that area. There is no need for intervention. This is in a good situation. The rest, we have a high range of obsolescence over there that we need intervention for that. So through looking to the livability pillars, through the economic, environmental, and social, we have different questions which is related to the revitalization. The noise, the environmental quality, place quality through the functional and physical, and also environmental. So I prepared two different maps. One of them the intervention policy through the building scale, and the other one the area-based intervention policy, which you can see which part of these need intervention, the fast one, the immediate one, the urgent one, and how we can do it through the refurbishment, reconstruction, demolition. And this is very interesting because when we are talking with the planners, most of them, they talking about new building. They want to demolish and they want to have a new building over there. But this is not correct because we can very easily revitalize the area and give the life to the area with refurbishment and also reconstruction. So the benefits of this intervention for urban estate revitalization through the different aspects, through the economical. So we give the job opportunities, tourism attraction, investment, also investor attraction, and new business opportunity. Through the environmental, we give the local culture and the local culture and characters can be retained and preserved. Bring the opportunity to improve the existing urban environment, new cultural resource for public enjoyment and education, increasing the awareness of cultural heritage, increasing resiliency and sustainability through the community and built environment, and also through the governmental action. We have creation new cultural landmarks, encourage public and private sectors in cultural heritage protection, and also preserve cultural assets. And for conclusion, I can say that revitalization of urban estate in historic urban quarters can improve standards of living, increase quality of life in area, increase income opportunities, and generate wealth for the poor people. Furthermore, it will bring life to the people with forming memories and associate with the place, and would encourage social interaction. Moreover, it can offer choice and diversity to the range of services and available to people who live and work in the community. And at the end, the revitalization is street in historic urban quarter with considered and livability intervention can increase the potential for long-term developments towards sustainability and resilience through private-public participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and for keeping to time. And then, please just wait. I can see why during the lunchtime you told me that we are very close. It's okay. Please. This is an interesting presentation because it's dealing with how we can give life to our historic urban quarters. So let's open up the floor for questions, please. If you have David first.
Thank you. Are there some initiatives that you probably advise us as students in architecture in case we will have to deal with such cases in the future? What approach should we come up with in order to actually make it right, and create and recreate actually and revitalize these places that are historical and are still very history, and still keep that genuine historic like facade and space, and still actually mix it with the current architecture style. How should we do it?
Look, we have have different approaches for revitalizing this kind of areas. So when you're looking through, first of all, you have to live there. You have to understand what is the social aspect, what people need. Okay, then you can understand, okay, what kind of building you have to, because we have lots of abandoned building, we have lots of deteriorated building over these areas, which you can analyzing through the process, and then you can understand what kind of maybe reuse, the different approaches that you can use. Maybe in architectural aspect, maybe you can reuse it. Maybe you can have a different building over there, or you just revitalizing through what it was before. Okay, so it can bring the people over there. And first of all, what is our aim is to bring the life again to those kind of areas. Okay, so you have to think through that.
Thank you very much for interesting analysis of the walled city of Nicosia. A part that I didn't know, and I just now got the information that there are buildings that are occupied, as you mentioned, right?
The social, yeah.
Yeah, we know that there was a huge immigration after the war from Turkey, forced immigration somehow from Turkey to here. Are these occupied buildings or occupied from that time, or if you know, or no, these are recently occupied?
They just we have different type of people living there. This is the biggest problem in the walled city of Nicosia, which people just move especially the workers, the one who just coming without a permission to from Turkey to Cyprus, especially, and the other countries. But the one who live over there, and mostly I face with them. I was just working more than 5 months, and still I'm just going and visit the place and checking. But as you see, those children and also the families that live over there, they're just immigrant without permission. So they're living in a very poor buildings, which if you see that building, this is the abandoned building, but now they're living over there, and they don't have any permission. But some of them, they said that we have a permission, we pay money to the government, but actually it is not like that, and it caused a very big social, economical problem and social cultural problem at those areas.
Yes,
because
exactly. Yeah.
Tourists, they're not coming there, not investors and the others attracting to just invest over there.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yep. Period of time I work on that. Level that they have, the building culture
different approaches to revitalization. Yeah, what based on which scenario you can go through, because it is multi-layer problem. You cannot remove those people; they're already habited there for decades. Over the buildings are not belong to them. They have poor condition, basic social, economic condition. On the other side, regulatory frameworks is very ambiguous about the historical headquarters. No money to invest. So how we can do it? How we can do it? Because this place.
Thank you, Kamil Hoja. I have to explain. The area that you are talking, this is Arab Ahmed area. This is Arab Ahmed area, and this is Arasta. Okay, this is part of the Wall City Master Plan, which started after the war, and the south and south and the north part, they have a group, and they starting for revitalization of this area, which started with Arab Ahmed, and then the south part starting, and then come up with the Zaha Hadid project at the south part, but in the north part nothing happened. This is part of this political problem and situation. Yes, and then they are starting step by step by just reconstruction and revitalizing this Armenian church at the west part, and then they used to do this kind of policy for the other part. But the approaches that you are talking is just only come with the public-private participation, because we have this kind of question every time, and what we come up with, this is governmental, this is part of it, but the other part, because most of them is like belong to the OPAF, so we cannot do anything. And the people who they occupied over there, first of all, government need to give occupation and then act at that place, starting whatever they want.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
I think as he mentioned, the house is restored by Arukat in Arabamet. If you check them, they did a good work. Yeah, there's a recent intervention in that place. So, any other question? Okay, having exhausted the questions, I will call on Castro Jam to present the certificate. Thank you. Let's sit tight as we listen to the online presentation. Yeah, thank you. Yes, we have. Hello, can you hear us? Yes, we don't hear. We can't hear you, but I hope that you will. So we have Yegane Hajievo and Tarana Baklova from Azerbaijan University of Architecture and Construction, talking about temporary spaces in urban culture. Very interesting
topic because it's somehow related also to our previous talks. I'll leave the floor to Yegane and Tarane. Yes, please, if you can hear me, we're listening.
We don't hear your voice yet. Is your microphone on?
Bizim sesimiz geldi.
Yes, we are hearing now. Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Okay. Selam. Bugün bizim sizinle mevzumuz şehir medeniyetinde müvekketi mekanların ümumi tehlilidir. Yeni kolektif yaşam formasıdır. Tabii ki biz size təqdim ettiğimiz bu ilmi araştırmalarda məqsədimiz müvəkkəti mekanların şehir medeniyetinə təsirini araştırmaq idi. Yaşam modelinin sosyal dinamikasını araştırmaq idi. Müvəkkəti mekanların dizayn prinsiplərini və çeviklik məqsədlərini müəyyənləşdirmək idi və müvəkkəti mekanların şehir medeniyetində yerinin formalaşması idi. Əhəmiyyəti isə bugünkü dünya üçün çox önemli ola bilər. Çünki müasir şehirlərdə yüksək sıxlıq, sosial integrasiyalar, şehrin dayanıqlığı və davamlılığı, şehir medeniyetinin uyğunlaşması və artan bir yanaşma kimi qəbul edilə bilər. Təbii ki, bugün çağdaş şehirlərin əsas çətinlikləri yüksək sıxlıqla bağlıdır, sosial izolyasiya ilə bağlıdır, mənzil çatışmamazlığı ilə bağlıdır. Müvəkkəti mekanların yalnız keçici sınaq deyil, həm də sosial integrasiya və kollektiv uyğunlaşma üçün əsas vasitəyə çevrilməsini qəbul etməkdir. Bizdən öncə bu mövzuya toxunan alimlər, bilim insanları üçün sosial birləşmə, davamlı icmalar, kollektivlik əsas rol kimi qarşıya qoyulur. Və bu müvəkkəti mekan anlayışı və növləri çevikliklə sosial miqrasiya üçün katalizator rolunu oynayan dayanıqlı və adaptiv icma zonaları ilə, modul evlərlə xarakterizə oluna bilər. Sizə təqdim etdiyimiz bütün bu proseslərin içərisində şəhər transformasiyası deyilən ifadə özünü baş xəttə aparır. Bununla əlaqədərdir ki, şəhərin transformasiyası sosial problemlərlə, mədəni yeniliklərlə, iqtisadi dirçəlişlə əlaqədar bir mühiti əhatə edir. Bu mühitin əhatə dairəsi biz istəsək də istəməsək də müvəqqəti sahələrin rolunu daima aktual edir. Müvəqqəti sahələrin rolu sosial integrasiyadan başlanır, mədəni tikililərdən başlanır və iqtisadiyyatdan başlanır. Bununla yanaşı biz sizinlə şəhər həyatında müvəqqəti mekanların rolunu bir model şeklində təqdim edəriksə, biz onda sizinlə şəhər planlaşdırılmasının tarixi mühitə, şəhərin yeni strukturlarına, şəhərin dinamikasına və müasir konsepsiyalara bağlı olduğunu görəcəyik. Bütün bunların hamısı üç faktorun köməyi ilə baş verir və yaxud onun müdaxiləsi ilə baş verir. Bu təbii faktorlardır. Tsunamilər, depremlər, sellər, antropogen faktorlardır. Terrorlar, çatışmalar, müharibələr, dağıntılar və texnogen faktorlardır. Sənayenin, dağıntıların, insan faktorundan baş verməsi ilə birbaşa sıx əlaqədə olmasını ifadə edir. Bununla yanaşı, şəhər ərazilərinin transformasiyası deyilərkən, ümumi biz götürürük yüksək sıxlığı, məkan çatışmamazlığını və sosial təcridi. Bütün hallarda bu üç faktor böhran vaxtında bizdən müasir mədəni bir davranış tələb edir. Çünki həyatını sıfırlamış, həyatını müxtəlif faktorlara görə dağılmış hesab edən insan və onun toplumunda xüsusi bir depressiv proses baş verir. Onun şuuru həyatın bitməsi, heç nəyin olmaması, yenidən qurulmağın mümkünsüz olduğunu gördüyü bir şuurunda formalaşır. Bu şuurda formalaşan insanınsa mədəni davranışları sual altında qalır. Təqdim etdiyimiz modelin əsas prinsipləri Aleppo, Qəzza, Ukrayna, Qarabağ, İsrailin özü kimi ölkələrdə baş verən müasir problemlərdə məkansız və evsiz qalan insanların bir mədəni toplumda özünü aparması üçün xüsusi bir göstərişə, xüsusi bir dayanıqlığa ehtiyacı var. Ən sadə anlamda gigiyenik qaydaya riayət etmək, səs-küy qaydalarına riayət etmək, bir-birini qorumaq hissi, cinayətdən uzaq olmaq hissi və kollektiv bir prinsipə gətirib çıxararsa, onda bizim sizinlə bütün bu transformasiya olunmuş, müvəqqəti məkanlara ehtiyacı olan məkanlar üçün paylaşılan infrastruktura, sosial əlaqələrə, iqtisadi səmərəliyə və müxtəlif qrupların birgə həyat tərzinin formalaşmasına birbaşa öz köməkliyini göstərəcəkdir. Paylaşılan infrastruktur müxtəlif funksiyalı bina və yerləşkələrdir. Onlar gündəlik dialoq, əməkdaşlıq fəaliyyəti üçün əsas təmin yaradır. Sosial əlaqələrin təşviqi, iqtisadi səmərəliyin artması bu halda çox önəmli bir faktoru qarşıya çıxardır. Eyni yaşamı, eyni həyatı paylaşan insanlar üçün xüsusi funksional məkanların təyin olunmasını bir daha önə çıxardır. Bununla bərabər müvəqqəti məkanların dizaynı deyərkən biz çevik planlaşdırmaya müraciət etməliyik. Zaman gedir, dağıntı baş vermiş və yaxud köçürmələr baş vermiş bir tarixi mühitin rekonstruksiya üçün həmin mühitdən əhalinin kənarlaşdırılması prosesində biz modul strukturlara, xüsusi memarlığa və çıxarıla bilən xüsusi konsepsiyalara əsaslanmalıyıq. Müvəqqəti məkanların təşkili mürəkkəbdir təbii ki. Burada sosial, mədəni, ekoloji dinamikanın ifadəsi vacibdir. Modul və çevik konstruksiyalaşan memarlığa və dizayna çox böyük ehtiyac duyulur. Bununla yanaşı sizin diqqətinizi adaptiv və çevik strukturlara yönəldəriksə, biz sizə modul strukturunu, çevrilmə strukturunu və xüsusi sistemləri təqdim etmək istərdik. Bununla yanaşı həmçinin bizim birlikdə konveyer şəhərlər, mobil yaşayış vahidləri və onların daxili strukturlarının xüsusi yanaşma tələb edəcəyini önə çəkmək istərdik. Qlobal və yerli nümunələr göstərir ki, müvəqqəti məkanlar daxilində tətbiq olunan şəhər mədəniyyəti, kommunikasiya, xüsusi konteynerli, mobilli və hətta mədəni obyektləri özündə saxlaya biləcək, daşıya biləcək məkanlar kimi formalaşa bilər. Sizə təqdim etdiyimiz müharibədən sonraki bölgələrin reabilitasiyaya ehtiyacını xüsusi qeyd etmək istəyirik. Siz burada Azərbaycanın Gəncə, Qarabağ zonası, siz burada depremə, təzyiqə məruz qalan bölgələrin, xüsusilə bir tarixi keçmiş Pompey şəhərinin belə özünün tamamilə dağılmış formatını görürsünüz. Bu, şəhər planlaşdırıcıları, urbanistika ilə məşğul olanlar üçün həmin məkanların yeniləşməsində reabilitasiya mühitinin xüsusi prinsiplə təşkil olunmasını da önə çəkir. Bu, ekoloji yenidən qurmadır, psixoloji sağlamlığın keyfiyyətini normallaşdırmaqdır, adaptasiya olunmalı məkanlara insanları yönəltməkdir. Təbii ki, bunun içərisində sosial inteqrasiyanın özünün xüsusi yeri vardır. Bununla yanaşı, yenə də sizə müvəqqəti yaşamlar hansı məkanlarda baş verərsə, onları göstərmişik. Bu, Azərbaycan və Qarabağ misalıdır. Bu şəhərlər çox funksiyalı mobil strukturlar istəyəcək, icma yönümlü planlaşdırmanı istəyəcək, balans prosesinin tətbiqinə yeni yol açacaqdır. Biz 30 ildən sonra şəhərlərimizi sizə göstərdiyimiz sağ və sol tərəfdəki kimi aldıqsa, bugün 5 ildən sonra ortada gördüyünüz şəhər kimi yenidən qururuq. Bu model bayaq adını çəkdiyim müharibələrə, depremlərə məruz qalmış ölkələr üçün tətbiq o eyni ilə olunmaya bilər. Amma konseptual ideya kimi tez, mobil, çox funksiyalı məkan təşkili və insanların normal həyata qaldırılması üçün ən mürəkkəb bir ideyanın həyata keçməsi modelidir. Bununla yanaşı, zamanımız var. Bununla yanaşı biz sizə təqdim etmək istəyirik. Gələcəyə baxış, şəhərsalma perspektivləri baxımından biz sizə xüsusi bir modeli təqdim edərkən böyle bir çıxış yolunu təqdim edirik. Bu çıxış yolu qeydiyyat mərkəzindən başlayır. Bu model bütün dağılan, bu və başqa faktorlarla dağılmaya məruz qalan strateji yerləşmə mövzularda, ekoloji dayanıqda, adaptiv planlaşdırılmada özünü göstərir. Sizə təqdim olunan model çox funksiyalı müvəqqəti məkanlar modelidir. Bu model bu və başqa şəkildə ümumi konsepsiyaya görə bütün müvəqqəti yaşamın qurulması üçün lazım olan ən əsas şərtləri və məkanları özlərində birləşdirir. Məsələn, mərkəzdə qeydiyyat, təhsil, idman sağlamlıq, müvəqqəti tip, incəsənət, mobil muzeylər, humanitar yaradıcılıq mərkəzi, məşğulluq və reabilitasiya mərkəzləri. Təbii ki, burada ekoloji sağlam və psixoloji yaşıl bir məkana da ehtiyacın duyulması çox vacib şərtdir. Beləliklə, biz sizinlə təklif etdiyimiz gələcək imkanlar və şəhərsalma baxımından gələcək statik modellərdən çeviklik, inteqrasiya olunmuş, sosial cəhətdən inklüziv sistemlərə keçid tələb olunan bir konsepsiyanı təqdim edirik. Müvəqqəti məkanlar şəhər transformasiyası üçün mühüm katalizator rolunu oynayır. Burada konkret olaraq və nəticə etibarilə modul və elastik dizayn, ssenari əsaslı planlaşdırma, ekologiya və dayanıqlıq, rəqəmsal texnoloji idarə etmə, sosial daxil olma və təkrar emal dövriyyəsi iqtisadiyyatını sizə verir. Sonda isə qeyd edə bilərik. Bütün deyilənlər bizə konseptual planlaşdırılmada gələcək prinsipləri açır. Etik brend kitabçaları, kollektiv yanaşma sistemləri, xüsusi yaşayış məskənləri, mobil vahidlər, ekoloji məkanlar, müvəqqəti məşğulluq və birbaşa istirahətin təqdim olunması əsas şərtdir. Bütün bu sayılan çox funksiyaların 4 bölmədə konkret bir nəticəsi vardır. Çevik planlaşdırma, inklüziv dizayn, rəqəmsal idarə etmə və ssenari əsaslı proqnozlaşdırılma. Diqqətinizə görə təşəkkür edirik.
Okay, thank you, Ojam, for your presentation that aligns with other topics that were presented before. Please, we want to open up to questions. If you have question for her. Okay.
Bizə bir tərcümədə yardımcı olun.
So my question would be, if case of post-war events, what would be the best approach between erasure and reconstruction? I mean, can it be an opportunity when a zone, or it may be a region or a country or a city, whatever, when war happened, can it be we can reconstruct it the same way how it was before, or it can be an opportunity also to just reconstruct like in a modern way or differently?
Tabii ki ben Azerbaycanca diyeceğim. 30 illik muharebeden sonra Azerbaycan'ın itirdiği en çok şehrinin tarihi strukturudur. Eğer mümkünse tercüme diyebilirim. Azerbaycan'ın itirdiği, bir daha deyirəm, tarihi şehir strukturudur. Çünkü 90% bu 900'den çok yaşam adını daşıyan insan məskənlərinə aiddir. Bunların 12'si orta şehir mediasıdır. Burada sıfırlanmış bir şehre təəssüf ki tarihi obraz qaytarmaq mümkün olmur. Ama 5 yılın içerisinde yeni smart evlerden tutmuş ağıllı şehir modellerine kadar tekliflerin kurulması prosesi baş verir ve insanlar tabii ki koyup getdikləri evlere yok, muasir, daha teknoloji, daha ekoloji, daha sistemli köç edirlər ve sadece tabii faktora qayıdırlar. Amma mimarlığa ve şehre qayıtmırlar. Bu, bugün Azerbaycan'ın reallığıdır ve yaşadığımız dünyanın reallığıdır. Bunu böyle söyleyebilirim.
Oh, that's all right. So basically, the answer to the question was sometimes it's impossible to rebuild the historical image of the city because it's a completely destroyed. So, but there is a span of a time, like in 5 years, so you can reconstruct some part of it. So, but of course, once the people are moved from some places, and after 20 or 30 years, like in the case of Karabakh, for example, the region in Azerbaijan, of course, people would like to move to the more modern, not to the old buildings, but something like contemporary, especially if it's a new generation, because the ones that people moved, they were basically the children and etc. are back, right? Because in the span of 30 years, there's new generation coming. So sometimes in some cases, of course, if it's in a big span of time, the historical part of the image can be back. But in some cases, unfortunately, impossible. And as the Yegane Hanım mentioned, most of the time people would like back to the kind of more modern conditions that they were living before.
Right. Thank you very much. Any other question? If there is no, okay. We're going to give your certificate to Rashad to receive that on your behalf. Okay. So, Kashtag Jam, you will do that. Good.
On behalf of Yegane Hoca and Tarana Hoca, we'd like to express our appreciation. Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah. Kashtag Jam, I will leave the floor to you because we are almost coming to the close of the meeting today. So I leave it to you to provide the necessary guidelines or announcement for tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Cenk Hoca. Okay, today's session is finished. Thank you all very much for staying up to the last end moment. There are coffee and some snacks. Please
enjoy. Tomorrow we will start at 10 by Zeynep Hoca's speech, and then the first session we will have 3 talks tomorrow before the lunch. So please join us tomorrow as well. Thank you very much for joining, and have a good evening, night. Bye.